Beautiful St. Lawrence smallmouth bass. He's got his 5 bass today. 17-10, not a bad start. 20 pounds, 1 ounce, slides you to third place. 21 pounds, 7 ounces. Look at let's go get you on the scoreboard. That's all that matters. 19 pounds, 10 ounces for the hack attack. 21 pounds, 5 ounces, gonna have you in third. He was making noise on that catch track. 18 pounds, 14 ounces. 5 bass for Cliff Crochet. 19 pounds, 5 ounces. Nicely done. Hold 19 pounds, 1 ounce. Go ahead and hold a couple of them up. 21 pounds even. Gonna take you to fourth place. Hold a couple of those up. Now they're gonna go 21 pounds, 5 ounces. 21 pounds, 7 ounces. Moving them into the tie for second. 20 pounds, 5 ounces for Derek Lehtonen. 21 pounds, 8 ounces going to second place. 21 pounds, 5 ounces for Scott Hamrick. 22 pounds, 12 ounces going all the way to second place. 5 for John Coxon are going to go 21 pounds, 5 ounces. And they're going to weigh 25 pounds, 5 ounces. Zack Birge.
St. Lawrence Specials showing up here in the town of Messina. This is Miller Tech stop number 5, 2026 National Professional Fishing League season. And it's a family affair, as you can see. All of our anglers there at the Messina intake launch, ready to rumble and have their chance at $100,000 here at this Miller Tech stop number 5. And welcome to the NPFL Live Studios. I'm Luke Duncan. And today, me and my brother, Fat Cat Newton, are going to bring you all the action from the St. Lawrence River. And Fat Cat, we had plenty of those St. Lawrence specials cross the stage yesterday, but we also had plenty of drama, lots of storylines coming into this event, but mainly high water was going to keep our anglers really constricted to 29 miles of this body of water. The NPFL worked with the lock to get the lock open, get a couple times where the anglers could go through. Unfortunately, yesterday we saw a lot of commercial traffic on the river, lock some of our field out that would be in the mix going into day number 2.
And we're going to get into a lot more of those details as the show progresses. Might even have a special guest to kind of give you some more insight into that. Complicated situation and a very devastating situation to a lot of these guys' seasons. That losing that weight on day 1 is, have mercy, man. That work sharp AOY is going to look a whole lot different coming out of stop 5.
And anytime you mix in locks and bass tournaments, whether that's on the Tennessee River where I'm from, the Arkansas
Heard that
River,
a lot on stage yesterday.
No doubt about it. The veteran guys were saying, hey, you play with fire, sometimes you get burned. We did have some anglers that completely miss weigh in. It's a pound per minute penalty. Once you get to that 15-minute mark, your catch is disqualified for that competition day. We had some anglers make it back and take a few pound penalties, and then we had some that skated right through the lock. So it's definitely a tale of that. The weight's still incredible. We had 19 bags over 20 pounds, and you can see here, looking at the lock, more than half the field went through that lock to get down closer to Lake Ontario. They've got about 70 miles of water to work with. They're cut off at the I-81 bridge. Last year when we were here, Drew Cook won, and most of the top 10 made an over 100-mile
No
run
doubt
out
about
to
it, yes.
the lake. But this is a river-only tournament this week.
Go into that real quick, because we had some anglers that were saying, took the lake off the board this year. And a lot of guys last year were talking about, man, we wish they were happy that happened, because if the lake is in play, that's where you got to go.
Changes everything. Those better than average 5+ pound smallmouth definitely call that the Lake Ontario area home. Now the river is full of giants, and we saw a lot of guys that did not risk locking yesterday that are in this top 10. We talked to them on stage yesterday. So the storylines, this thing's just going to keep getting tighter. We got log jams on the leaderboard, and let's take a look at that now. 25-5. Zack Birge on top of this thing, and the Birge surge, as Fat Cat calls it. absolutely continuing in 2026. Jacob Powroznik, J. Proz in second with 22.12, just a couple pounds back from Zack Birge. Mike Quinlin, who brought in a 6-pound largemouth yesterday. We didn't expect to see that.
No, sir.
KJ Queen, your Work Sharp Angler of the Year leader, continuing his amazing 2026 run here in the NPFL. Derek Lehtonen staying on the gas as well, tied with KJ Queen with 21.7. Scott Hamrick, your 2025 NPFL championship winner. John Cox with 21.5. There's one of those log jams we're talking about. Nick Brown, Wesley Gore, and Gary Atkins trying to get those smallmouth on the Atkins diet. We know he is a smallmouth specialist.
Yes, sir.
I said on stage, yeah, you get him sneaking around a top 10 on a smallmouth fishery, he tends to stay in that top 10.
Dude, he was
as
excited.
the event progresses.
Talking to him at Lake coming here, he was excited to come here, really excited, and it's showing out. And when you have that weight, this Lay Lake, Logan Martin, we talk about cookie cutters, cookie cutter lakes, and you can see here the way these weights are stacked. This isn't cookie cutter, this is cookie monsters, right? And that, with that being said, having 20 pounds, there's nothing to bring in a 25, 26-pound bag like Zach did to kind of regain that. I love this body of water. It is one of the best fisheries in the country, hands down, without a doubt. One of the best parts of Messina. Like, what are you talking about? If you want to get away and go cold straight whack some quality, this is where you come, and that's why we're here.
No humidity.
Oh,
amazing.
It's fat man weather, son.
Amazing weather. Let's get out on the water right now with your leader, Zack Birge. And a look back before we went live. He's already made a little bit of a run this morning, got through the lock, and trying to find the promised land again. So he got off to a pretty quick start with 4
Not the size we
bass
want,
that he
but
weighed in.
It'll start us off anyways.
But then had a lull for a while, was able to catch another 5-pound smallmouth later in the day.
Got to start somewhere, right?
25.5.
That's a 4-pounder. Yes, sir. That's a good one there, buddy. I love it when I can throw big line, big bait, catch 4-pounders. 4-3.
Back live on the St. Lawrence River. This Miller Tech Stop 5 with Zack Birge. Much different look than what we saw last year with our top anglers in the field in
caught
2025 as far as
I got a
techniques.
3-pounder, which isn't really the kind we want, but I do have one decent one. I caught a 4-4, so we got one of 5 that we need. You know, I really want to have 5 of those 4-pounders or better. That's the goal today. So we're a 5th of the way there, essentially. But right here, I caught a 5 and a 4 back-to-back yesterday and jumped off a big one. So we're on a good stretch. Hoping to get a bite here pretty soon. Put another one in the box. Thing about what I'm doing is it's not a catch a bunch of them type of thing. It's more, you know, I got like 8 of the right bites yesterday. So by no means is it like fast and furious. It's just get up here. You can't really go too fast either. You got to be real methodical, cover it really good. You know, but when you do get bit, it's normally, like the 3-pounder I caught to start, that's the smallest one I've caught doing this. So, not that that's a bad thing, it just happened to be a 3-pounder up here swimming around this morning and caught her. But most of them that I've caught throughout practice and yesterday, when I get bit on this, it's generally a 4-pounder or better, almost every time. So, I'm doing what I feel like is the right thing to do to catch the biggest bag of fish I can catch. It's just am I gonna get enough bites today doing it? And I gotta keep an open mind too, constantly, that, you know, I'm gonna have to fish some fresh water each day. I had to go down this main stretch again today at least once to see if I could catch a couple. My goal was to catch 2 or 3 of those 4 pluses off of it. So far we've got 1, so we're getting there. We'll catch some more. I'm excited about it still. I'm anxiously awaiting that next bite. It's fun when you can throw bait, 16-pound test, big rod, and some of them boat flip. You got them hooked good enough. It's a fun way to smallmouth fish. Not the typical way that most people are fishing, but my way, and I like it.
That's a Zack Birge statement right there, folks.
And for the last 2 years, he's definitely been doing it his way, leading the Bass Pro Tour Angler of the Year race
Keep
right
plugging
now with
along
one event to go.
Chunking and winding, and hopefully we drag this thing across a few 5-pounders here pretty quick.
Won our first event of the season on the Harris chain, trying to get another shield in this year. He's got a Bass Pro Tour win this year, just had a Bass Pro Tour win last year. You called it the Birge Surge, and we are certainly seeing it. And we've been seeing it since he burst on the scene, call it 10 years ago in pro
That's
fishing.
right.
But
Oh, for
man,
sure.
he is coming into his element as far as knocking down wins, and now with this consistency in the Angler of the Year races. That you're
Momentum,
seeing,
baby.
it's
Momentum.
crazy.
And he's taking full advantage of it. Someone else that's got some momentum. Jacob Powroznik coming into day number 2 in that top 5 spot. Got a little piece talking about the
lock
lock.
guy just came out and said that there's no commercial barge traffic this afternoon. That means that our lock times will stay true, and we'll have a little bit longer time to fish and catch some of them great big smallmouth. So it's good news for everybody in the field. And, you know, yesterday was, I mean, it was kind of a hard deal. I mean, a lot of guys come up here and spend a lot of money, come up here to fish, and then they get locked out, and it's kind of terrible. But you never know. It's just fishing, bass fishing. Let's go.
Jacob Powroznik, you don't ever know. Anytime you involve some concrete in between you and the bass you want to catch, and you got to get
We're
through
cut
it not
off
once
at
but twice.
Alexandria Bay.
Jacob currently 18th, coming into stop 5 in that Work Sharp AOY. Setting pretty to qualify for the championship.
And lots of St. Lawrence River history. 1 top 10 here. Some other really good finishes in the money and some Bassmaster Elite Series events over the years. And this is more what I expected coming into this tournament that we would
Absolutely.
see. We're a couple weeks later than we were last year, so not as many of those bedding smallmouth, sight fish smallmouth playing in. We don't see the cone of shame, much to so many. No,
I did see
no
it on the
flo-
boats.
no-
It was
oh,
on quite
yeah.
a few boats.
Yeah.
But yes, last
Not
year.
a lot of flogging going
have
on.
mercy.
Who knew traffic cones were that controversial back then? This river drifting game, dragging football jigs, Carolina rigs, drop shots out here on some of these.
And an
offshore
angler
humps.
that if it's a river system, whether it's clear, dirty, brackish, fresh, it don't matter. This dude right here, he's gonna be in the mix. Powroznik is a tried and true river rat, old Virginia boy. Knows all about tidal water, everything. His versatility speaks for itself.
Said on stage he had 35 to 40 bites yesterday, and I've been around Jacob a lot. He gets more bites than any human being I've ever known. So that did not surprise me. I actually said that to him on stage. You know, you get more bites than anybody I've ever met. Talked to Jacob after a day of practice back in the day. Yeah, I had about 75 to 100 bites today, every day. You could never get a bite in 3 days of practice, toughest practice for everybody else. Oh, Jacob was going to get 100 bites. And most of the time, he ends up bringing them to the weigh-in.
Ain't no doubt.
After practice.
Ain't no doubt.
Fantastic.
Another angler's been doing it for a while at a very high level. You were pulling double duty this week, man. Big Al not with us this week. So we got Luke Duncan in studio and on stage, bringing the boom.
I can't bring the boom like Al. Nobody can.
MCing the weigh-ins for us at this event.
A lot of anglers were asking me on stage, is this a promotion or a demotion? And after the lock fiasco, there was some bitter folks, some upset folks, and heartbroken guy. It was a bittersweet weigh-in, rightfully so. And I kept telling them, I actually think it's a demotion. I think Al got off easy this week.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Man, my heart goes out being a tournament angler.
Terrible, man.
Those situations, I have been locked out many times on the Tennessee River, and have enough weight to win an event and be on the outside looking in. And we've seen this happen in the NPFL before. Pickwick Lake.
Oh my God, Wilson Dam
kickoff event. We had, it was, I don't want to say half the field, but it was a lot of anglers that locked through to Wilson Lake on day one.
Dump back. Same thing as here. 20 plus bags had to go right back in the water.
People that definitely would have been in contention.
One of those guys was Gary Atkins.
Yep. And he said, not here.
That's exactly what he said. Comes into day 2, setting the top 10.
He said, I'm staying close. Out of everybody I interviewed on stage yesterday, Gary Atkins, he's always confident around smallmouth. We know that.
Yes.
He's a former Work Sharp Angler of the Year. We know he can catch them. But him saying, yeah, I'm not messing with that concrete. I found a deal, and I actually expected to catch a little more than this today. He was a very scary angler to me on stage when it comes to.
He was excited to come here, like we said earlier. Yeah. Excited.
Somebody else that was excited. KJ Queen, he's always excited, whether he's shooting mustard or porcupining up some bass.
Had the internet going crazy at the last event on Lay Lake with the cramp remedy. I get some cramps this morning, winching on that thing. KJ having an absolutely phenomenal year here at the NPFL.
First spinning rod we've seen this morning. I'd just like to point that out.
Good point.
3 anglers, only first time we've heard drag. Everybody else has got the big line.
Yes, sir.
Quit spitting up all your food.
Ounces matter up here more than anywhere we go.
No doubt about it.
You're sitting at home, say in my home state of Tennessee or Fat Cat's home state of Virginia.
What a spinner rod.
Down south somewhere, and you see the puffer jacket on KJ. It is in the low 50s here in the mornings, and when it's 175 degrees like it is at my house, it's a little bit of a culture shock right now.
It does confuse you to see the man wearing that. It does.
All right, we're live with you.
KJ Queen, Work Sharp Angler of the Year leader.
One of them's a decent one, the rest of them's peckerheads. It's been pretty slow this morning. Fish are really not biting good. My biggest fish, I caught it, I was literally hung in the rocks and popped it out and it bit. So they're just not biting. I just located some fish. There's some fish right here if I can get these suckers to bite. But I ain't seen no fish, hadn't seen nothing. It's been really dead out here. But they might start biting here soon, hopefully. Yesterday it was a lot harder of a start, I know that. We're gonna get them.
KJ brought 21.7 to the scales yesterday. Comes into day 2, sitting in 4th place.
And asking him what that Work Sharp Angler of the Year title would mean to him on stage yesterday. He said, man, it gave me chills that you just said that's even a possibility. And coming in, I mean, it was a 3-horse race coming into this event. We'll talk about that as we go along, but now going to be more of a 2-horse race between him and Mr. Birge in 2026. But man, KJ really, he started with us last year. Of course, he's been around the sport for a while now. Had a great year with us in 2025.
Absolutely.
We had him on camera. He became one of our favorite anglers to
sir.
cover. For
The
for
fans'
good
favorite
reason,
as
no
well.
doubt
The
about
fans'
it.
Come on,
favorite.
Fish.
Yes, sir.
Y'all
But man,
supposed to
this
buy-
year just up there at the top of that Work Sharp Angler of the Year race.
Consistency, man. Versatility. And that PMA. As Swindle would say.
Positive mustard attitude. I like it.
Oh, man. Had the internet going crazy at the last event.
He said he didn't need it as much here. He's actually been kind of cold. I don't know. Do you drink ketchup for that? Is it what's the remedy?
I don't know, man. I do like Martin's used to do. Old Aaron, he would make hot sauce and peanut butter sandwiches to stay warm.
Come on, Mr. Smallmouth.
There you go, KJ. Talk to him, bull. Yeah, that's a good look at your Work Sharp AOY. That's going to look a whole lot different coming out of this event. I don't know about a whole lot, but it's definitely going to be a shakeup.
There's a couple in that top 5 that will no longer be in that top 5 after we leave here, and we're going to get to that here in a little bit. We're going to be joined by one of those gentlemen. We'll go ahead and tease that. Lots of storylines here at the St. Lawrence with the craziness that happened on day 1. It would look a lot different after that first day. KJ would be in the lead by 7 points over Zack Birge, with Derek Lehtonen sliding into 3rd in that Work Sharp Angler of the Year race.
Little porky action on him. So he can't catch this one. Oh my goodness gracious, we ain't throwing back there.
KJ Queen over to Derek Lehtonen. Yank has been cranking them up all year long. If you've watched NPFL live very much this season, you've got to see a lot of this.
Oh, yeah.
We have been hanging with Derek since the championship
going in the
back
boat.
in February.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Ain't
That's
no
his
limit.
motto.
Little dink. Not what you come for. That's for sure.
Mike Quinlin,
A little different look at
That's
the
it.
St. Lawrence.
National Fishing Expo Pro, Miller Tech Pro, here at the Miller Tech NPFL Stop 5 on the St. Lawrence River, the town of Messina, New York.
We didn't catch very many smallmouth yesterday, mostly greenfish, so we tried to catch a couple smallmouth early, and that didn't work, but we did catch one nice largemouth, so now we're back fishing for some largemouth for a little bit, and we're not getting many bites, but usually when we get one, it's a good one, so that's what we're doing.
Mike had a 6-pound even largemouth to take big bass on day 1.
And say it again, here on the
It
St.
was-
Lawrence River. Who was expecting that?
Looked like something out of the California Delta
Kind of
too,
crazy
man.
to
I'm talking
come
about
up here
just a
to the
beast.
best smallmouth fishery in the world and you fish for greenfish, but that's what we're doing. It is absolutely fantastic. These fish just don't get fished for up here, so when you get a bait in front of them, they typically eat it. I had a 6, a 4, a 3. I think my my largemouth yesterday was big fish for the day, so I doubt that holds up.
When you tune into a St. Lawrence event, you expect a lot of spinning rods and a lot of smallmouth. And so far this morning, out of the top 5 anglers that we're covering, we got a lot of bait casters, and we got a fella that looks like he's in Florida instead of the St. Lawrence River. Of course, a lot of these backwaters, man, so chock full of vegetation and a healthy largemouth population.
We saw that yesterday.
Saw several largemouth.
Yeah, we did, because I was walking around talking to the guys as they were coming through the weigh-in, eyeballing the live wells, watching them sack them up. And sure enough, man, I was surprised to see the amount of largemouth.
The question has always been, can you do it for 3 days on largemouth up here against the smallmouth? And you've seen anglers top 10 national events off largemouth up here in the past, but you get some crazy river conditions, a lot of wind, different things that you can definitely sneak in there with largemouth. But for 3 straight days, it's a feat, quality-wise. From Mike Quinlin, back to Derek Lehtonen.
Oh, I've got 2 little ones. The fish ain't biting the greatest yet this morning. That's how it was for me yesterday, though. I didn't catch them real fast and furious for sure. Just got lucky and got some big ones, really. I'm trying both shallow and deep, but mostly shallow at the moment. Just throwing a chatterbait and crankbait around right now, anyway. But got 2 little keepers in the boat. But it's early. We made it through the lock, no problem. So that was a good thing. Yeah, we'll just see what happens. Fish until they bite. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Enjoy the weather anyway. It's supposed to be beautiful today. Say hi to my wife, my kids back home. My son that's working right now, so I can do this. My other son's up here with me, so he has to go golfing today, I guess. Since I got a camera in the boat. Couldn't come fish with me. You ruined it.
I love this guy.
But it'll be a good day. We'll have fun, one way or another.
He's just so nonchalant out here fishing for 100,000 in contention, which is nothing new.
I was gonna say again.
One way or another, we'll
with
have
some of
fun.
the best anglers in the country, and he's like, he couldn't care less about having a camera in the boat. He's just here to fish and
in contention for a win at Lay Lake. Gets his wife to bring him a cup of coffee.
Ain't no
now,
win
so
today
he
though.
can
That's for sure.
get a little caffeine.
I love his demeanor, man. And I think that mindset is what plays into his success.
I just love that he always acts like he doesn't expect to catch them.
Yeah.
And he's clearly one of the most consistent anglers in the entire country over the last 2 years.
No
It's
doubt. Yeah,
insane.
absolutely.
He's like, I call it a few. You always catch them, Derek. Zero ego.
It's almost like he's bothered talking about being good. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, I guess I'm good. Whatever.
I guess I'm in the Work Sharp Angler of the Year race. Way up top, competing again.
I ain't seen a whole lot of life swimming around this flat either.
Derek out there keeping it simple like he likes to, and as Fat Cat said, laid back, just cashing checks everywhere
Let me have
we
a cup
go.
of coffee. I'm going back there. It's been slow out here.
Hi. Are you Cody?
He's Cody.
Hi.
Oh, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fall in the lake. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have fun back here. I'm sick of being out there. Love you.
I was on the final day there at Lay Lake. Unreal.
This will get me to catch a fish. I bet you wish you had a cup.
The magic of
And
Derek
guess what?
Lehtonen
I'll fish
will
the creek
be
and enjoy
right
my cup
back
of coffee
to
on
the
the way
St.
up
Lawrence
there.
River in just a few moments.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explore fish finders, only from Humminbird.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
In tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Top 5 of the NPFL season at the St. Lawrence River is brought to you by MillerTech Batteries.
Welcome back to this MillerTech Stop 5 on the St. Lawrence River. One of those MillerTech pros that figured it out enough to get in the top 5 on day number 1 with a 6-pound largemouth. And you can see how he might have ran into a 6-pound largemouth, Fat Cat.
Putting those MillerTechs to work. Trolling around that thick vegetation. Mike Quinlin, National Fishing Expo Pro. If you guys are looking for an awesome fishing expo to go to, the last weekend of this year, January 29th through the 31st, the MillerTech National Fishing Expo at the Columbus Expo Center. It all goes down. If you guys are familiar with that huge Columbus Fishing Expo, it is one of the best, if not the best in the country. So get your life right and your lines tight and put that in your calendar. Save the date, January 29th to the 31st.
Is that one of those events you headline?
I tend to be roaming around.
You get up on the tank and give seminars here through the grapevine.
I'm going to take a bath in the tank, swim laps, a little backstroking. Oh, Mike Quinlin pulling one of them bird dogs out.
Did you have Pop and Frog on your bingo card?
No, dude. I love this.
Last few days. I mean, I don't know. I think
drifting hair jigs and stuff like that.
And I can't hardly get the swim jig through here now. So we're going to switch little frog a little bit.
I just hope right now somebody tuned in.
I have not had a bite on frog. I've been here, so.
They're in Florida? I thought this was, man, why do they stay down
It was
south?
KJ looked like he was in New York.
That's true.
And then we come to Quinlin.
Nobody else.
No.
But especially not Mike Quinlan.
But no surprise to see him doing this here.
South Bay.
He loves some power fishing, just some grimy looking stuff. Last year at Oklahoma, Eufaula, and that big flooded nasty stuff.
Third place there.
In the jungle too. He was in that funky funk. He likes to get down with the get down. We said earlier, big fish leader for this event brought in a 6-pounder, largemouth yesterday to the scales.
Glad to have Mike on NPFL Live today, but he is one of those anglers in the field going the extra mile. He live streams every day of competition.
Yes, he does.
On his YouTube channel there and his social media.
Also one of the anglers to make the biggest jump in AOI. He jumped 19 places, 52 to 33, coming into the event and after day one.
Top 40 in those work sharp points, going to go to an entry fee free championship. So you definitely want to be making the right moves right now.
And this time of the year, that's everything's coming to a head. So many storylines are taking place, and that is one of the main ones. And we'll even get into more of that later on because we had some guys make very serious decisions based on qualifying for that championship this week.
There's got to be some living back here somewhere.
You found one living back there earlier. We're going to take a look at that one right now. Early, son.
Before he moved into the thickness.
I was about to say, they just cut him loose to find the juice, and he was already hooked up.
We'll take that right there.
All day long. The grass. Look at the grass, huh? Let's go.
Look how thick.
Yes!
Little boneless greenfish. Can't get away from the greenfish.
That's a good one.
Healthy.
All the largemouth across the stage yesterday. All of them. They're just specimens.
Some of that Messina meat. Now, where do you define vegetation and grass like that?
You know, I got out on the water last year around Messina with Tanner Lines on day one, and there's grass on all those.
He's not
flats.
locking through.
I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying.
No. And as we've talked, why this lock is closed, the water is high on the Messina
About a foot and a
side of the
half.
lock. So to me, I feel like that's helping this largemouth bite. If you are on
That's
top
right.
of that,
Yes, sir.
Up where you see Mike right here, if you've got an extra foot of water on this, makes a huge difference.
That's right.
But a ton of vegetation out on those main river flats and bars and humps in this area. We saw a lot of guys last year. Really surprised me. Daryl Davis, he averaged a little over 20 pounds a day yesterday, staying close and fishing that grass. I was talking to him down at ICAST about that, but then on stage yesterday, he said he locked through. Because he was telling me, he goes, man, I hope they get the lock situation figured out, because originally we were going to be locked into just that 29 miles. And he said, I was hoping they'll get the lock open because I want the guys to get away from me because I stayed close last year. So lots of vegetation in this area, some backwaters. There's backwaters like this up and down the St. Lawrence River. No shortage of vegetation. Definitely, as far as the leaders were concerned, this was something I didn't think we would see rolling into day 2.
I am here for it, though. Have mercy. Now we just need to see Big Belly Kelly blow up. Deep throat that frog come on one time. Son. Oh my goodness. And stuff like this is hard to get away from. Like Mike was saying earlier, you know one is here, one that has to be here, and it's just, man. Especially when you love to do this kind of stuff, it's hard to get away from.
He also mentioned that the largemouth, they don't get fished for as much. The smallmouth get all the spotlight up here, so when you come across one of those largemouth with your frog, they tend to bite. Not like a largemouth on Gunnersville. They don't see 493,000 frogs a year.
True story.
These largemouths spend half their life frozen up here. They're like, ooh, frog. I did hear him mention that he was swim jigging some of this earlier.
Yeah.
And he said it almost sounded like the water level has changed, though, from what he was when he got that frog out of the rod locker.
Talking about a little too thick.
Yeah. And they have been opening the lock for commercial traffic.
That's one thing we need to kind of get into a little. This is kind of a unique lock compared to what a lot of other guys fish. This isn't a lock you pull into and it draws down and draws up. Basically, you get in the lock, they close the door behind you, and they open the door in front of you because it's only about 1.5 feet.
Right, not a huge elevation change.
Correct. Like you see some locks are tying off to the side and dropping 6, 8 foot.
My boat's going to stink so bad.
There we go. Also a huge lock.
It followed right down and ate it just like a smallmouth would.
Crazy ships running up and down this.
Long and lean. What the hell was that?
Holy crap, them things stink. Dude, my boat's going to freak.
What was it?
It's like snot slime right there. That sucks. Hateful thing tore my bait up too. Sorry, sucker. Literally, a sorry sucker.
Was some kind of sucker. That takes talent to catch one of those.
Catching carp. That's crazy.
Carp. Uh-oh. Zack Birge hooked up.
Zack Birge. Taking his time with it.
Very big,
his way with some big line.
We'll take him to start anyways.
Zack Birge, your A1 leader. Comes into day 2 leading by 2.5 pounds in front of Jacob Powroznik.
Come here, buddy. Should have just boat flipped him. Stupid hands on.
There are a lot of places you go 2.5 pound leads aren't a big lead. I felt like yesterday, him establishing that pace with the craziness in the leaderboard and the lock situation, that's a really big lead. Now,
almost a 4.
he's got to back it up because this place is full of 20-pound bags. But man,
313.
getting to that 25-pound
I'm on
mark
the
on day
3-pounder
one,
side for the
it
time
goes
being.
without saying, but it was massive.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
That one's almost 4, so he technically could go today. Still want him to get bigger.
And off to a killer start again.
Make a few casts right here on the shoal. See if I catch another one.
We've seen time and time again how important that day one weight is to carry you through the event.
As conditions change on
Absolutely.
the bodies of water. We've seen a lot of Showdown Saturdays weights pay off in a big way. We had a big jump from Ricky Morris to was outside the top 10, took the win at Millwood. We saw that with Greg Vinson, just had
Yes,
the big,
sir.
come from 7th place to win on Logan Martin.
Pulled up right here last year and a little bit further back, but I caught like 20 pounds in 10 minutes. I think there were still spawners on it though. That's why there were more of them up here on top of this thing.
Birge just looks like a guy that's got 2026 in a chokehold, doesn't he?
He's in his bag, that's for sure.
No yellow glasses, though. The yellow sunglasses have disappeared. Thought those were his power,
You bring up a good point.
We've seen well, it didn't seem like it
They made
affected him.
shirts. They were making merch, rocking them, looking good too. But hey, he's pulling the blue shades off strong too. Yes, good pickup.
God, he missed it.
Couple top 20s in his career.
Usually when you feel one misses,
The St.
keep
Lawrence
reeling,
River.
it'll come back and eat it again.
Zack currently second in the Work Sharp Angler of the Year race, behind the man to his right in the quad box, KJ Queen. They both got off to about as good of a start here at this Miller Tech Stop 5 as they could. Zack leading the Angler of the Year points on the Bass Pro Tour as well with one event to go. Man, what a year, regardless of how it finishes up for him. But if he was to take both Angler of the Year trophies in
Have
both
mercy.
trails,
Have mercy.
fishing over 20 events this year, right there at it. I mean, just traveling here, there, and everywhere. What an incredible
Dude, what would
season.
you say these days are the typical professional angler career length? Like, and what I'm getting at is he at his peak right now? Say it's 20 years. Say he's 10 years in. So is he?
I think he's still climbing.
Still climbing.
I think he's still climbing.
It's hard to call. You don't want to say he's
for
peaked
sure.
out, but what I'm getting at is like the
No.
guy's killing it. He is at the top of his game right now.
I think we're seeing the last 2 years. It started last year as far as he got his first big national win, because everybody that keeps up with this sport is like, when's it going to happen? Because he's so consistent. He had big wins in college. He's had wins at that AAA
Since
level.
he got in the
college.
game, he has been a force to be reckoned
No
with
doubt about
and
it.
a topic we've all talked
Every level
about.
he's ever competed
Yes.
for, whether that's the BFLs, mixing in BFL regionals, BFL All-Americans. He's been around the college level, obviously, FLW Tour. We've seen him compete everywhere. And last year, though, first year he gets that big national win. Now he's got 2 this year, going for a 3rd here this week, and could knock out 2 Angler of the Year titles at the
incredible.
national level.
It's incredible.
I think you're just seeing what he's capable of. And he's a guy that's so confident. You know him. I mean,
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
on and off the water, we know Zach, and he
not thirsty.
No.
Doesn't complain.
no.
And I will say this: as a fan,
grown
we've
up
seen
a
him
lot,
grown up.
no
We
doubt.
have seen him grow up without a doubt.
Well, you got to think, starts his professional career right after he graduates
Yes.
college. Like, he was a young man when he first started.
Hooked up.
Zack Birge leaning on one of those St. Lawrence specials yet again.
Come here, little guy.
I think knowing Zach and talking to Zach as much as we do, that's one of the biggest things that's changed for him is he's like,
I was
"Man,
going to throw
used
him
to
back
get-
anyways. There's no
like I
sense
used to
in
get-
fighting 2-pounder in live well.
I would get bogged down by the things I couldn't control. I would let it weigh on me, and now he's like, man, I don't let that stuff get to me anymore. I show up, I do it my way. You heard him mention that.
Sure enough.
Man, he's coming into his element right now. We're witnessing a very special 2-year run that you think of some of the great careers some of the legends have had, and you're like, man, you start looking at it, what this guy's doing is nothing to sneeze at.
That, no doubt about it. Dude. Definitely one of the best.
But the commitment to fish multiple professional level trails, I can't say enough how difficult that is. You see it with the veteran guys like Zach.
Well, I think
talk to
it
them,
takes.
they're tired, man. You know what
They
I mean?
are,
Like
and it's
this
very,
point of the
very
year,
few that have that support system that are willing to deal with
No
that.
doubt.
That also means a lot.
Whether that's sponsors, family, whatever it is,
Correct.
commitments at home. I mean, it takes a lot to be on the road this much, whether it's the guys that are doubling up Bassmaster
We hear
Elite
it here
Series.
all of the
No
time,
doubt.
especially this time of the year. Stop number 5, it really wears on them.
And in our 6th year, we can't say enough about the folks that are showing up to fish with
Absolutely,
us, regardless if
man.
they fish other trails, they only fish NPFL. But the truth is, we have such a great mixed field. You have guys that
Well,
do
Derek
this
Lehtonen's talking, hey, man,
million
son,
percent.
right.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to be one of the most consistent bass catchers in the country, and then I'm going to go back to work
That's
next
right.
week.
These other guys are going to leave this tournament, go to another
A lot
tournament,
of
then
them,
another tournament, Yep. and just fish for a living. Truly is a beautiful blend of anglers that we have here at the league. Speaking of one of those beautiful anglers, Jacob Powroznik. Let's go check him out.
Hey, ladies. He's going to go back and watch this.
He's got moves, son.
Oh, yeah. Like Jagger.
Hey, he'll drop down and get his eagle on. I've seen it. Back it up and dump it. Jacob Powroznik likes to have a good time, son.
Jacob, definitely one of those guys. If you're putting together your fantasy fishing teams, he's on that dream team for sure.
No doubt about it.
Had a good day one. Got him in 2nd place.
Brought in 22-12 with a big fish, a 5-pound 1 ounce.
Little slower today.
Yeah, no fish in the catch track just yet. Doesn't mean he hasn't caught any.
Or thrown any back. Yeah,
or
for
thrown
sure.
any back.
James Watson said on stage he kept throwing back small ones because he didn't want to tangle with them in the live well. And then he got to the lock and looked in his live well, and he only had 4 bass. He just kept throwing them back all day. Was able to get almost 19 pounds, though, even after that mistake. But he said, yeah, I'd just been chunking them back all day long.
Worldwide.
Classic Watson move.
Bless his heart.
Jacob Powroznik, 9-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, 4-time Bassmaster champ. win on the Bass Pro Tour as well. And a lot of that success with a spinning rod over the years.
Also a good sight fisherman. Very good sight fisherman.
He's one of those cats that can see the future.
I'm telling you, man.
With that eyesight he's got.
18th, like you said earlier, in that Work Sharp AOI race. Oh, KJ Queen just missed one.
I don't know what happened. Freaking hiding, hung, and everything. God, dang.
Heard a lot of this yesterday. Lot of missed fish. I mean a ton.
Look sharp. My drag is a little loose or something. God.
There he goes, hooked up. No. False alarm.
You said you were talking to KJ yesterday and was having a tough day, but had caught a couple fish and looked in his live well and got a clue what those smallmouth were spitting up, eating some crawfish.
Yeah, sure enough. And it was the color that really stood out to him. It wasn't so much the crawl, but it was that color, and he made a color change, and he said things started coming together. He actually reached in there, grabbed a handful, and showed me. I said, son. He's like, yeah, I wish they would have kept it in their mouth. I said, I heard that.
Little sucker must be a peckerhead.
Him and them peckerheads, boy. He's
First
always
one was
running
a
them
good one,
peckerheads.
I shook a 4 off right there in practice. That's what sucked. It's probably the exact same freaking fish, if I had to bet.
Do you think with him, knowing that he's in contention to win AOI, will we start seeing a little bit more serious, focused KJ?
I think he goes out every day and tries to have fun. He's definitely that guy, but it's in his mind.
Oh, yeah.
You could tell that on stage yesterday. It's one thing when you're like second or third event of the
Sure,
year.
yeah.
You start to get here, and you've only, because he said it, 5 more days of fishing
Yep.
to hoist that
Yep.
that golden shield. So for the Work Sharp Angler of the Year race. So yeah, you start to get here, it all starts to become real. Yeah, we're definitely. He seems tense.
That's what I'm
A little
saying. That's
tense
why
this
I bring
morning.
it
Yeah,
up.
for sure. It's definitely on the. It's definitely weighing on him a little bit.
Yeah. And rightfully so, man. It's heavy.
He said yesterday. He goes, "Yeah, only 5 more days of competition."
Oh.
Hooked up. He said, "However many more bass that is." He said, "I can't count that right."
That little sucker come out like a daggone rocket.
I think he might pull that one out, but oh man, we need some big ones. Stuck him like 10 times before I ever caught him. Wow, something. I don't know if they're on or not.
A lot of anglers, because it takes so much weight to do well here typically, and there are so many
know if he's
bass.
heavier than that
You'll
little
see them
thing
not
or
even
not.
throw in bass this size in the live well a lot, which
Well,
is crazy.
As you went in
Yeah,
talking
but
about
looking at
Watson
these.
earlier, Watson.
That's fatter.
You heard Birge.
Bro, put him on the beams. You ain't got ounces count. I don't even like seeing that.
If he does, it ain't enough to make a
But you're
dang
hoping
difference.
that you upgrade.
Some of these areas you can get into on the St. Lawrence, or all these northern fisheries. you can just catch so many smallmouth sometimes that culling becomes, you're like, I'm
I
not
get it.
even
No, I
messing
get
with
it.
it.
Yeah, I get it.
Like you said, the cookie cutters versus the
Cookie monsters, yeah.
Missed one. We're gonna have to run around, hit some stuff. I went through my best stretch. I got one good one. I got one that's almost 4, a 4.4 and a 3. So that's not terrible. I got a ton of stuff that I didn't fish yesterday that I know has some good ones on it. So I kind of saved it after I caught what I caught first thing yesterday in case I needed it. So it's looking like we might have to hit some of that, but I'm gonna go ahead and pluck around up here a little longer and, you know, pick this stuff apart, try to find a new stretch, and I got plenty of time. I'm not worried about not catching some. I mean, we're gonna catch them. I just had a big one on for a second. She pulled off. Just gonna keep fishing, doing what we're doing. I know this is the way to catch a big bag. I did it yesterday and I did it in practice. So just keep chunking. We'll drag it across a few. I'm really anxious to get back down and fish some of that other stuff where I know there's some other good fish. I mean, a 2021 should be easy on that. Especially, I didn't hit it yesterday. I didn't feel like I could gain anything over what I already had. So, keep bouncing around. I fished a few new stretches yesterday and caught one almost 6 pounds and big largemouth, and we'll run into some more. Got a lot of fishing time left.
Yeah, Zach was tied for big fish for a while.
514 smallie. Zach running one of those beautiful bass cap boats up and down the St. Lawrence River. And here in the National Professional Fishing League, if you happen to own one of those beautiful bass cats, you can win big with the exclusive boat of the National Professional Fishing League. The NPFL is going to pay $7,500 to the highest finishing bass cat owner if the winner of the tournament doesn't happen to be one of those bass cats like Zack Birge was at the Harris Chain, and he took home an extra $20,000 for that win. But last tournament on Logan Martin took home that $7,500. He's definitely feeling the rush.
Made almost $30,000 so far for just running a bass cat. Feel the rush. Get you a bass cat, Bobby.
$7,500 in that tournament within a tournament, we call it, and he's on top of the bass cat leaderboard yet again.
Crazy. Here
at this Miller Tech stop number 5 with Nick Brown on his heels a little bit. Nick just right outside the top 5 today. Gary Atkins, Hank Cherry, Scott Wiley, Jordan Osborne, Jason Wilson, Hunter Bogman, James Watson, and Luke Clausen. Your bass cat top 10 right now. But if Zack Birge seals the deal on this thing on Showdown Saturday, that won't even matter. They got to write him a check for $20,000 yet again. We're going to take a quick break here from the St. Lawrence River, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha. Reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran-owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
On the water, nothing stays the same. Conditions shift, pressure builds. The anglers who rise are the ones who adjust. Every cast, every decision. Strike King has lived that truth from the start. From our first spinnerbaits to the baits shaping what's next. New water, new technology, new challenges. So we build what anglers need to stay a cast ahead. Strike King, tie one on.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
There's the Quickie Kid
Yes,
himself,
sir.
breaking down rigging techniques for the Legion. You can join the Legion. Lots of perks to being an NPFL Legion member. Like that multi-view during the live stream, you can kind of pick who you want to watch. If
You
you
get
want
to see everything we see in studio.
That's right, the Wizard of Oz view, $29.99 per year. And that's going to get you a one-time Tackle Warehouse discount, NPFL store discounts. You get that exclusive member content, like maybe Alex Davis showing you how he rigs that spiky sea urchin. Join the Legion today.
No!
And Mike Quinlin.
Gravy.
Oh, no.
Come on back. Dang. But don't let that deal get
Had
away
one
from
come
you
up
like
and
that
grab
one got
it,
away from
and,
Mike. Take advantage
Just didn't get a hook in him.
of the NFL Legion. Get that one-time 20% off discount code for Tackle Warehouse.
Did they give you your one-time discount code to Tackle Warehouse?
Oh, yeah.
You got one?
Oh, dude, heck
That was
yeah.
a large
I've been
amount.
on. They've been sending me discounts for years. Every 4th of July, Christmas time.
Father's
I'm always
Day.
getting like 20% off.
Man, free shipping too?
All the free shipping.
Man.
All I got to do is spend $50 over there and I get free shipping.
That's crazy.
They hook me up, bro.
I noticed you had a Tackle Warehouse sticker on your car.
You haven't seen what's above my
I
butt
seen him
crack.
come up and get it too.
Got a tackle stamp.
Pretty low right now. Pretty low. Oh yeah, there's fish here.
Dude, how about this? How about today? And we haven't even really talked about this on live. Rick Clunn fishing with us at this event. You know, he signed up to fish the league.
Yeah, I get to fill in for Big Al McCullough and the first angler in
Literally.
the rain, in the craziness that was the day one weigh-in. I get to weigh in as Rick Clunn, the legend, one of my fishing heroes, one of my
Everybody's
dad's fishing
fishing.
heroes
Yeah.
as a kid. And to get to weigh him in, it was surreal, man. And he's been on this body of water so many times. He was the first angler to ever win with all smallmouth here. Used to in the past, the largemouth really played because the
Look,
smallmouth.
there you are.
So crazy.
Our tournament director, Sean Mulhall, up there.
Also, I'm looking like peak male performance right there. In fact, I like to point that out. The abs.
You good, homie.
But man,
It's great.
Rick Klein, it was so
Birthday
cool.
to him, and turns 80 years old today.
And still mad at him.
Still mad at him, dude. Almost 20 pounds yesterday, weighed in. Ooh, Rick Klein, weighed in 1913, 20th place coming into day number 2 of the Miller Tech NPFL Stop 5 here on St. Lawrence River.
Yeah, I get up on stage and we're doing mic checks and walking through the, everything. And I got to fill in for Big Al one other time, so I kind of know the program. But we're talking about, has anything changed? And I look over there, and there's Rick Klein's truck and boat waiting to weigh in before the weigh-in starts. I'm like, oh, here we go. So there's that. I was a little nervous.
I was too. I blindsided him. I was nervous too, and I
gave him a hug.
I just started talking about balsa crankbaits, and he looked at me like I had two heads. Like, what? I was like, dude, balsa. I was like, balsa. He's like, what are you talking? But I've been so intrigued by his YouTube channel. It's incredible. If you guys aren't aware of Rick Klein's YouTube channel, it is absolutely incredible. Very insightful to the history of tournament bass fishing from one of the best, most knowledgeable anglers in the world. Check out his YouTube channel. Also very educational about balsa. Dual box action. Oh, Quinlin, 5-time Hoosier Division BFL winner, 1-time Illinois Division BFL winner.
Mike's one of those sneaky guys out here in the league that he's
Gentle
always,
giant.
Yeah, he catches them. He is consistent, man.
Yeah, dude. And it doesn't matter where we go. He likes this style of fishing, of course, but he get in where he fit in.
He's just quietly consistent everywhere we go. We don't have him on live a lot. But I feel like when we start going over catch track and the point, like you're always bringing
talk
Mike
about
in,
him a
definitely.
lot. No, he's definitely doing the National Fishing Expo crew real good, and the Miller Tech crew. Mike does a great job. Represents his companies well.
Breeze blowing there
Yes,
where Birge is
sir.
at. We heard a lot of that yesterday afternoon. I made it in right before the weigh-in, had a little bit of a, some travel mishaps, as you tend to do in 2026. But I told you, driving up from that Watertown, New York area, I kind of came up the entire St. Lawrence yesterday, and every flag I was passing down that way was just getting blown out.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of guys on stage talk about how rough it was. Of course, the further down the river you go.
Last year, buddy, I remember last year, boys beat their guts out, tore equipment up. This year, not as bad as last year. And it doesn't seem, other than the wind that we are dealing with, no real weather wild cards this week.
Other than it may be a little cooler than expected in the mornings.
Yeah,
Better have your
considering
hoodie
what we've
packed.
dealt
Yeah.
with, though, previously through the events this season, like this right here is mild.
Zack was top 3 in the Port Sharp Angler of the Year race coming into this event after day number 1. Probably going to slide
Gotta have some
to
good
second
legs
place.
to be out here.
And he's had a first there on the Harris Chain, a big win, then an 11th, a 19th, and a 17th. Has not had a finish out of the top 20.
I'm gonna go down this little corner here. Try it.
And that just speaks to how great KJ's year is. When you hear finishes like that, and he's not leading Angler of the Year with 4 top 20s and a win thrown in there.
Somebody looking for a win right there, Derek Lehtonen. Not as consistent as KJ and Birge, but definitely a very consistent angler. Even consistent in what he uses to catch the fish. You pretty much know what you're going to see on the deck of his boat.
Just tells you.
Yeah,
That's
man.
what I like.
I
Day
love
one,
that.
he'll
Yes.
catch a big
No
bag.
secrets.
You throw in this, yeah, this is exact color crankbait, the line I'm throwing on, the hook. He tells you everything. Doesn't care.
And he's not a runner and gunner. He likes to find, he'll search and search for a spot.
Yes.
And just work it out, son.
Definitely likes to set up camp.
Yes. Hit it from every angle. Recycle it. It's very thorough.
It's definitely one of those anglers that can get the most out of a 100-yard stretch. We have seen time and time
We are
again.
live. Still struggling. Still got
Live,
two
baby.
fish. They ain't biting for me. It must be the banana in the boat. I must have to eat it. Camera crew gave me a banana this morning, so I have to take it.
Uh-oh. Last time that camera crew would be
But
around
it's still
here.
early.
Bananas in the boat.
These smallmouth are moody. No, I didn't make the long run either, so that has a lot to do with the toughness up here. It's been pressured a lot through practice. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I've been having a good year this year. It's been actually surprising for me anyway. But hopefully I can finish it out strong the last two, this term and the next one. So far, so good. Yeah, I've been throwing my old crispy taco around instead of regular taco salad. I've been throwing a black one, and it's been producing some big fish. But
Did he call it crispy?
So far today, not so much. Had one big one on that come off earlier this morning. That was my fault though. I was trying to horse it. But we'll see. I'm getting ready to move again. I'm fighting this current too much. Not too fun.
In a world of sea urchins, the sea urchin lure category craze, Derek's like, I'm just going to keep winding.
I'd like to catch it for you guys on camera, but gotta make one bite. But I'm gonna get moving.
How many black crankbaits do you have in your tackle box?
So we're taking a ride.
Maybe one. Not many. Just not something you think about.
That's what I'm
with a crankbait
saying.
line.
It's interesting. It really is. And especially for me and my background of where I fish, I wouldn't
Well,
think you'd be
enjoy my
throwing
banana.
black crankbait in
Get
gin
it
clear.
out of the boat.
In my it's muddy. There it is. Attaboy. Make sure you chew it up. Get that potassium.
Derek with a third, a 49th, an 8th, and a 10th. So 3 top 10s, and if it wasn't for that Millwood
man.
mishap there, he would probably be leading that angler deer race.
And Millwood seemed like a spot to where, you know.
Definitely seems like it would fit his.
Yeah, for what he
fit
likes to
his
do,
style,
sure.
Yeah.
That was a wild card for everyone, though, man. It truly was.
The whole season's been a wild card.
It has
It's
been.
been the
Well,
year of
Millwood's
the
so hard to
curveball.
research. Wasn't a whole lot of information on Millwood. Great event. It was fun. Man, then we go back over here
Been
to Birge,
catching them
like you were
better
saying
on
earlier,
the
that breeze. He's
smaller bait, but all of them
Definitely
today
got
have bit the little bit bigger one.
got a little bit of wind moving on that side.
So I'll keep feeding them whatever they want to eat. I may not be catching near as many as a lot of guys, but when you have the potential to catch 4 and 5 pounders more often than 2 and 3 pounders, at least up until today, is a lot of fun. It's hard to beat throwing a bladed jig and big line, big rod. Being able to put some muscle onto them sure as heck beats
looking at that
holding on to a spinning rod.
But that catch track right now, Zack Birge is not the only one trying to put the muscle to him.
But we gotta have some bigger bites today.
Moving and grooving.
All I really wanted to do was catch like 3-4 pounders down here, and then I was gonna be good to go. Go on somewhere. And I still think I can. I got one of them. I got one that's almost right at 4. So all we need is like Need like 2 more. Need 2 more 4-pounders and then we can cook. Or a 5 and a 4. I'll take a 5 too, or 6.
We've seen this pattern play on the St. Lawrence before. Some major events. Really, for me, the top 5 after day 1 that we're getting to spend time with. I like seeing the diversity, man, in the 5. All fishing a little bit different. And normally, I think that's, you know, folks that might not get to smallmouth fish as much or have ever got to come to this part of the country, you hear
Oh yeah,
the internet will complain from time to time. In fact, I don't know if you're aware of that, but you hear that, oh, smallmouth tournaments are all the same, they're boring. But man,
just to the defense, I was one of those guys at one time.
Yeah,
From where I was from, we didn't do no smallmouth, and until I got into this and started catching smallmouth, I was like, oh my gosh, kind of like if you're a whitetail guy watching the elk hunt show.
That's right.
But no, man, once you get up here and you realize what it is and how fun it is, you're like, oh my
when the sun's bright. Today it's got that little cloud over it.
Definitely more.
And they're stupid too, right? In a good way. What I mean is like
sometimes,
yeah, right. It is fun, man. I do enjoy doing it.
The diversity we have this week is so far, at least today.
far.
But there's not an overwhelming pattern. I guess you've got, you know, Zach doing this, throwing the vibrating
Chatterbait was
jig.
our Carolina rig. And talking to different guys. But like you were saying earlier, no real big hair jig. And it seems like everybody's on the trolling motor for the most part. Talking to somebody, you know, drifting is always a thing here.
Birge, let's check in with Jay Prize, Powroznik.
Only 6 anglers have finished in the money at every event this season. Zack Birge, Hank Cherry, Brandon Cobb, Wesley Gore, Brock Mosley, and KJ Queen.
That is going to change.
It will, man. Cobb and Mosley are going to fall off that list after this week. Due to that unfortunate situation, man, not being able to get back through the lock. And we're going to learn more about that here shortly, so make sure you guys stay tuned here in the very near future, probably within the
we're going to be in this little area right here.
next 15 minutes.
There's just one big rock out there. Usually you can come across it.
Powroznik going to make a move, and we're going to make a move here at this Miller Tech's Top 5. Look at the beautiful St. Lawrence River, and one of the troublemakers from yesterday that caused the interference at the lock, no doubt some of that commercial traffic that held up a lot of our anglers. And one of those anglers, we're going to get to catch up with him here in just a few moments. We will be back with a very special in-studio guest.
My name's Chris Boya here at the river course at Louisville Landing, Messina, New York. We have a beautiful 18-hole championship golf course out here surrounded by the beautiful St. Lawrence River. Wonderful restaurant, as well as dockside parking for boats. You can pull in, get food at the restaurant. We have a full practice facility, range, putting green, and chipping green with a practice bunker. Amazing views. We have a fully loaded pro shop and a PGA professional ready for all your lesson needs. You can find us on Facebook at the River Course at Louisville Landing, and our phone number's on our website, the River Course at Louisville Landing. The course is in great shape right now. People love it. We're happy to have you out.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then, keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explorer fish finders, only from Humminbird.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
In tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Six anglers in our field have cut a check in every single event this year. And this man right here from Mississippi has been doing work all season long in the National Professional Fishing League.
Bit of it. Oh, big one, dude.
But here at the St. Lawrence River, due to some unfortunate circumstances, that check roll probably going to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, we're just
for the one and only Brock Mosley.
It's been a fun year, and you know what's bad is this is one of the ones I circled on my calendar. You know, St. Lawrence River, no scope, river only, dude. Like that just takes me back to 10 years ago, and it's just unfortunate. Just part of it, man.
Part of the game.
Yeah.
Still you had a great day one weight wise, but then got caught up in the lock situation. Of course, it's a pound per minute until you're 15 minutes late, and you had all of your day one's catch erased. And you reached out to me last night. You guys have another event coming up here, Bassmaster Elite Series. You said, hey, I'm not going to get in the rest of the field's way. I'm not going to go back out there elected not to fish, but said, hey, what about NPFL Live? So we're going to put you to work since you're not out there chasing those smallmouth bass today.
Might as well have some fun with it, I mean, you don't want to get in anybody's way. You can't make up ground here. It's just part of it. You can make up a pound or two here and there, but you're not going to make up an 8 or 9 pound deficit. And, it's just one of them deals. I sat at the lock for 2.5 hours yesterday. I got there at 10 minutes to 1, and it's just real unfortunate. I mean, that's just part of it. First time in my career.
But it does happen. We see it a lot in professional bass fishing. Anytime locks are involved, you can certainly get locked out, to say the least. But we were promised guaranteed lock times. The NPFL had worked very hard on this situation, because coming in, we thought you guys might be restricted only 29 miles of this giant river. They get it worked out, and unfortunately, commercial traffic. What was that feeling like when you got back to the lock yesterday and you kind of realized you've been doing this a long time? Like you said, you've never been locked out, but you start to get a kind of a feel as you sit there. How was that for you yesterday?
I knew it wasn't good. When you get there and when you pull up to the lock and there's already boats pulling back off, that's not a good feeling. But I had already passed 2 of the ships. I knew they were close, and I was, it was one of them deals where I'm like, uh-oh, this ain't good. But it's always like, are they going to get us between one of the ships? So sitting there in that time window, three ships actually went through. And I think it only took like a total of 10 minutes to get the anglers through once they finally let us through. But by then, the first and second flight, it was just too late.
Yeah, we had a lot of folks either have their entire catch disqualified yesterday after being 15 minutes late, and a lot of those penalties. And look there at the lock right now. Y'all are seeing what the anglers are going through, and that's due to high water. Normally you can run right through this deal and get to where you're wanting to get. But having to lock this week, and like I said, NPFL, they worked with the lock, and we had guaranteed times in the morning and the afternoon. But commercial traffic does take precedence on these bodies of water. Those folks are making a living just like these bass pros. But man, an unfortunate situation. But luckily for us, Brock probably rather be out there cashing a check, but got Brock Mosley in studio with us. And anglers got through this morning, but you'll hear as we are back live with Mike Quinlin, you'll hear some of these anglers talk. They're thinking ahead to the afternoon and what could happen.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the St. Lawrence River, man. It's a special place, and it kind of sucks sitting in here, but that's part of it. If I can't, like I said, I didn't want to get in anybody's way. And you got to remember, I mean, gas is $4.40 a gallon. I mean, I burned $200 in gas yesterday. You don't want to go out there spending gas if you just can make up just a little bit of ground. So, I was out of the check by far. Couldn't make up that ground in 2 days. So I like to just kind of sit here and I'll go out on Lake Ontario this afternoon, look around. But I got to give props to Brad and the guys at NPFL. They literally tried. They did everything they could to make all this possible, and you don't see that much anymore nowadays. And it's just unfortunate. There's only people we can be mad at, maybe the lockmaster, but I think he kind of got the point yesterday.
I'm sure he heard from a lot of redneck bass fishermen yesterday, Brock.
I mean, you had 60 or 70 of us behind the lock, and but it's just one of them deals. It's part of it, part of the game we play.
No doubt about it. We heard that from a lot of veterans crossing the stage yesterday. It was Andy Morgan. He said, hey, man, I've lived on the Tennessee River my whole life.
That's right.
This stuff happens. It happened to us at an NPFL event on Pickwick a couple years ago. Almost half the field went to Wilson Lake the first day. They were locked out. Would have had a lot of anglers in the top 10 that caught great bags on Wilson Lake on day one, but that kind of thing does happen. And this river has always been special to you. I was talking to a couple folks coming in this event, Fat Cat being one of them. Who you got in this one? And I said, you kind of screwed. We don't have a fantasy team, but you would have screwed it up for me. I'm just gonna tell you, because I said I got a feeling about Mosley this week. Two top fives up here.
Yep.
And kind of, we heard Zack Birge say this earlier. He's fishing his way.
Yep.
And as soon as we went to him, I said, that's the Brock Mosley way, because for me, I fished this river a lot. I remember in one of those Elite Series events, you were one of the first guys we saw with the vibrating jig, doing the boat dock thing, and really fishing the bank on this river, and dang near won just a few years back.
I got a second and a third on this river. Both of them are in July. That's what made me excited about the river only tournament and being in July. This river is a different monster from July to August. Right now, these fish are not far off the spawning beds. They're still in their funk. There's some fish out deep, but there's not a lot of fish out deep. So when you come in August, those fish have had time to recuperate. They're out in the river. so you see bigger weights. This one's more of your grind. You know, the lower weights for St. Lawrence, you know, usually 17 and a half, 18 pounds a day is going to get you in the check. 20 pounds or better, if you can do that multiple days in a row, you're going to be way up that leaderboard.
Yeah.
And it's just a different monster. So this is one of my favorite times to come, and, you know, it's just unfortunate.
Definitely is, man. Like I said, I had it circled. You had it circled. I had your name circled. I'm like, man, Brock, I think this is just going to fit right into his wheelhouse. And you had 20 pounds yesterday, right?
I had
right there
about 18.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
knew
But
you were
right there in that range.
You know, I like to chase the green ones too. I keep them honest anyway.
Yeah.
I keep both of them honest. And, you know, the second play, I finished second to Kevin Van Dam here, and I think it was 2017. I caught all those on a Ned rig, and that was like one of the first tournaments you seen a Ned rig come out.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And I had all smallmouth, and then, you know, a few years later I finished third, and I had mostly largemouth. But you will run into this big smallmouth. I kind of know where those fish set up. You can't really practice for them because you'll burn it in practice.
Yeah.
So yesterday I just ran, you know, kind of new water, and I didn't get many bites, but I had some good bites. I had 4 largemouth. I had one really good largemouth, and, you know, I only fished for like 4 hours. You know, got through the lock about 7 o'clock yesterday morning, and at noon I came on back after running another hour past the lock. So I was looking forward to today. I had some really good stuff, but you know, that's just part of it.
Sometimes the ship don't go your way,
Yep.
right, on the St. Lawrence. And we saw a 6-pound largemouth with Mike Quinlin yesterday. What's your biggest St. Lawrence largemouth that you've weighed in up here?
In an elite event, I weighed in a 6'8" on one of the days.
I was going to say, I thought I remember 6+ for you, and that's a giant up here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no telling how old that fish was. I caught a 5 3/4 this week that she was lost. I don't know what she was doing, where she was at. And I mean, it was a pure accident, not going to duplicate it. But yeah, I mean, these things up here don't get that much pressure. Everybody comes to St. Lawrence, they want to chase smallmouth, which is, you know, you fish it, you understand why, but man, there are some really, really good largemouth fish. And actually, some of the best frog days I've ever had have been on the St. Lawrence River.
They don't see a lot of frogs, right?
No.
Mike Quinlan mentioned that earlier. He's like, man, these largemouth, they don't get the pressure like you mentioned. And the St. Lawrence smallmouth, that's the special, right?
Yep.
Everybody wants to come up, get out of the heat down south, catch some smallmouth. But man, the largemouth fishing up north can just be absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, absolutely, dude. And it will suck you in too. Like, it will draw you in and keep you chasing. And I've had to learn that, you know, since I've kind of got those figured out a little bit, and the smallmouth. It's hard to balance the two, but
yeah,
the way I catch the largemouth here is kind of a lot like what we see Zack Birge doing. You will run into some big smallmouth. I mean, every day you're gonna run into them. If you put your head down and troll far enough, you're gonna catch a big smallmouth.
They do mix in.
Yeah.
We've heard guys say that, man. I showed up on my smallmouth spot and largemouth were there.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that a couple times on stage yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday I only caught like
Can you
10 or
win
12
with all
fish or
largemouth
something
on
like
the
that.
St. Lawrence?
It would be very hard.
Wasn't that
In
good
4 days, I
yesterday?
had 86 pounds, but I had, out of 20 fish that I weighed in, I had 3 smallmouth, a 6'4", and a 4.5", and a 4. So, you know, that they help. But, you know, it is possible. I mean, it can be done. But, you know, the smallmouth fishing is just incredible.
A lot of 4-pounders.
Yes, a lot of 4-pounders. And like I said, they're in the funk. I mean, this is probably the worst time to come weight-wise, because they're confused or coming off the bed. There's a lot of they're just real scattered. But it's my favorite time to come just because it's a little bit tougher. So it's kind of interesting to see how this one's going to play out.
14 inches. Not much of anything, but we'll see what happens as the day goes on. I did eat my banana, so it's gone.
But it is cool to see, like, Jay Prize. I mean,
I'm not a superstitious person.
If you go back and look at all the tournaments here before, you know, your live scope and the lake was open, those are 2 huge factors. Were those both off limits this week? You see, if you go back and look at the tournaments before those were a deal, Jay Prize was in the top 10 about every year.
Absolutely.
And I ran by him yesterday. He's doing his normal deal. I mean, look at him. He's in his happy place right now.
Low and slow dragging. No doubt. Slower morning for him so far.
You know, we've seen guys that drifting here is an art. You got to, I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, you could be going too fast, you could be going too slow, you can be getting hung up. You know, Jay Prize is one of those guys that's had it figured out. We seen guys that, you know, Micah Frazier back in the day. Micah would sit there with his hand on his hip, a Ned rig in hand, and just catching 4-pounder after 4-pounder. That drifting is an art. So them guys that get it figured out, you see them have a lot of success.
And the current is so crazy here. But then when you throw in wind someday, it can change the drifts. It can change what angle your bait needs to be on the bottom at. And you're right, there's certainly an art to it. And pre-forward facing sonar, like you said, lake off limits in some of these tournaments we've seen up here. It's a different ball game.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys here last year, I mean, if the lake is open, it doesn't matter how far away from the lake you are, you have to go.
That's a fact.
And props to NPFL making the lake off limits, or actually drawing the boundary up there around Clayton, because otherwise we'd be spending $400 a day of gas. Because if you don't go, you're gonna get your teeth kicked in. So, being a river only just kind of takes it back to the old days.
We heard that a lot last year from a lot of veterans when we were here. I can remember Greg Hackney. He said, man, I don't want to go, but I've got to go. I have no choice. He said, I know I'm running past 4-pounders to get there. And he said, I feel crazy, but he said, if I don't go, I'm immediately taking myself out of contention because
you're not, you
better
can't
than
compete.
Average fish. Yeah.
I mean, it's a long run to the boundary this year. I mean, you're right there on the border of needing to get gas.
Making 70 miles one way, right?
So, I mean, and the lake is another 30 miles. Just to get to the mouth of it. So, but if you don't go, I mean, the lake is the river's a special place, but the lake is just a little bit better than the river. I mean, it's just the bigger fish are out there, but the river has big fish too. Wesley Gore told me he caught a 7-pounder this week.
Oh, I guarantee it. It's interesting for me as many tournaments that we've seen go out of that Waddington area, Messina, where people do make that long run. This area's got to be getting stocked with some of those giant Lake Ontario fish. And I wouldn't think they're going to make the pilgrimage all the way back to the lake. It's a long swim.
Oh, I know it. Maybe they get stuck in the lock.
Maybe they do. And we had some guys stay on that Messina side yesterday, that are in the mix. And I think the storyline's going to be going to into tomorrow, that final day, is how does this all shake with that lock craziness? The weights are still tight.
Yeah.
We had 19 bags over 20. Still had a lot of good bags weighed in, but which side will take it,
Yeah. There is
over 3 days.
And there's some big fish in the Messina pool. It's just it's a really a different type fishing from the Waddington Messina pool to the Clayton side area. It's a lot more current. There's not as much rock, so to speak. It just sets up a lot different. But I'm more comfortable, have a lot more experience down toward the Clayton area, Thousand Islands area. That's just we fish here so much. This is actually the first event that
I bet he wishes he was out here fishing.
But telling me,
that lock situation yesterday was a disaster, But hopefully he'll go find us a big wad of them out there on the lake for the Elite Series here coming up here in a couple weeks.
He said, I don't know how well you can hear him, Brock, but he's saying get out there on Ontario and go ahead and drop him some dots for the next Elite Series since you got to jump on him. I feel sorry for you getting all your weight DQ'd yesterday with being late, but go get him some dots.
Go get him some dots.
Go share with Jay Price.
He told me last week at ICAST, we were at the hook party, and he's like,
I mean, it is what
I
it
really
is.
like my chances next week. And I said, I really like your chances too.
I mean, I had
but, he's doing his thing. And like I said, if you go back and look, pre-live scope era,
but I had
pre-lake when the lake was open, Prize was in the top 10 every single year here.
Like I said,
he has that drifting down, man. And, I say Prize is one of the most underrated finesse fishermen. Like he's not
good.
He is not on Aaron Martin's level, but he is right under Aaron Martin's. Like he's by far one of the best finesse fishermen we got.
And a guy, and I said this to him on stage, joking with him. I've known Jacob a lot of years. He gets more bites than any human being I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
And he said yesterday he got 35 to 40, but what he's just telling us there is slower morning, not as many bites at all.
One thing you got to keep an eye on is the wind direction. I'm not sure. I think it's kind of the same direction, but just a little bit of subtle change in that wind direction can kind of change the current up, and it will kind of move those fish around, or may make them bite less, may make them bite more. You know, the first day of practice, I fished Messina, caught some on some drifts, felt pretty confident. Places I've caught them before. Went back to last day of practice, current wasn't as strong. I was having to use my trolling motor to drift and couldn't get it bit. So, you know, there's a lot of factors that go into that drifting that keep them, you know, kind of where they need to be.
And you're right, that wind direction, even with the crazy current, can definitely change things. And you see that not only at a place like the St. Lawrence, but I think back to a St. Clair. You know, the wind blows from a different direction every day, how they set up, how your drifts. If you have no wind, and like you said, you got to make your drift with the trolling motor, you can see things change. And now we got us a quad box with KJ Queen, Derek Lehtonen, Mike Quinlin, and Jay Prize. KJ, of course, your Work Sharp Angler of the Year leader, coming into stop number 5 here.
Do we have a count on how many boats locked yesterday?
I never did get a total, but I was hearing somewhere around half the field they thought locked. And of course, like you said, if you were in the first 2 flights, you definitely didn't skate through.
Yeah, it was every bit at least 60, if not a little more. I'm sure they were glad to see us finally get through.
Man, I've been in those situations and would never want to be a lockmaster. And I've done my fair share of yelling at a lockmaster over the years, whether it be in Florida or on the Tennessee River. I've been locked out a couple of times in local events. Especially, I can think back to one, my dad and I on Pickwick in particular it was a 2-day fall championship deal. We had it absolutely in the bag, won, and couldn't get back on day number 2. And you just sit there and watch that barge go in and want to throw up and have to call somebody. Hey, can you bring the trailer up here? We're definitely not getting back to weigh in.
Laker Howell commented on my post. He said post-lock depression is a real thing.
PLD.
Yep.
Shout out to Laker. That's definitely true. Same thing happened to him, I believe, in the Bassmaster Open, right? I think at La Crosse.
Yeah. And you know what's frustrating here is you're not dropping but a foot.
Not an elevation change.
You know, Pickwick and Wheeler Lake or Wilson Lake has a history of locking guys out. Like I think we made history this week, the first time ever. Somebody being locked out on the St. Lawrence River.
On the 10 times, somewhere near and dear to your heart, it can happen. You're dealing with barges down there. The Arkansas River, we've seen folks get locked out in events.
I mean, some of the anglers were just yelling at them, and they were still mad about the hockey game. You know, and I was like, oh, man, now we're never getting through.
You're like, please don't bring hockey into this.
Yeah, you just hit them where it hurts.
Of course, the lock is on the Canadian side, and I just feel like, especially for a lot of us Southerners, you can't poke the bear about hockey. Not smart.
No.
Once they heard that, they just shut the door.
Yeah, we were done at that point. It was real entertaining. I mean, there should have been a camera behind that lock. I mean, there was, for what the situation was, everybody kind of kept calm, cool. I mean, when the lockmaster did come down there, he got yelled at just a little bit. The ships may have got yelled at as they went in and out. But, you know, you sit there, talk hunting with Andy Morgan. I mean, it's just some of your – I mean, dude, that's one thing that I love about this job is you make your heroes your friends over time.
Definitely.
And that, you know, you can't say that in too many
this was working,
professions nowadays. But, you know, sitting there talking hunting with Andy Morgan, cracking jokes with Hackney. Hackney said if he was getting locked out, he was going to take his home and eat them. And the bad thing is he wasn't playing.
He wasn't. Yeah, he was not joking.
Luckily, he made it in on time for his.
Be at the right spot at the right time.
You know, just sitting there catching up with them guys, it was pretty fun. Brandon Cobb, he lost his lucky hat. We're sitting there talking, and it blew off. And he said, "Well," he said he changes hats every time he misses a cut, and he's been wearing that one the entire year. And I was like, "Well, you can go and throw it in the lake now."
That's over with, yeah. Brandon, one of the anglers that elected not to fish today as well. And he was second in that Work Sharp Angler of the Year race. He called me last night and said, "Man, I'm out of it. Again, I don't want to get anybody's way tomorrow." Kind of same conversation that we had there. And he said, "I want to put in some extra time, maybe leading up to this Elite Series event," which as you've mentioned, we're cut off from going to the lake, and you guys will be launching from that Clayton area in just about a month.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, the lake is just a different animal. The St. Lawrence River is special, but that lake is, I mean, that's it don't matter how hard the wind blows. If you want to do good or cut a check, you have to go to the lake. You'll think, oh, the wind's blowing too hard, these guys aren't going. Well, they go.
They're going.
And they're going to catch them.
And especially when you're that close to it with that Clayton launch,
yeah,
a lot of guys, especially a month from now, like you said, these fish are going to be set up a lot different than what you're seeing now. But y'all have got just a few days left in your cutoff to kind of.
And I got to, I'm leaving my rig up here and flying home Sunday morning. So it's not like I could move my flight up. Might as well put some time in and enjoy the cooler weather anyway.
No doubt about it. It's a little bit hotter at your house than it is here, I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, where we're from, you can't wear a hoodie till October.
No. If you're lucky then anymore.
I mean, it was 51 degrees at takeoff yesterday.
Man.
It's such a nice, just taking a break from the heat because, you back home, you can't even get outside.
You can't breathe right
now.
Yeah. I left headed out, and it was about 100 degrees everywhere. KJ Queen with the puffer jacket on. We said that early this morning as soon as we went to him. If you're just tuning in, you're not confused. This isn't a replay from like a fall tournament or an early spring tournament. But when you're from the South and you get up here and the wind's blowing a little bit and it's in the 50s and there's no humidity, it's weird to say it's a little cold, a little cool this time
I know it, man. And
shell shock.
I'm not one to sit inside even when I'm at home, but like I've been sitting out every evening out there at the boat, having a drink or two and just enjoying the cooler weather. Because, you can't, like I said, you can't even go outside and grill anything till after 9 o'clock at home right now.
That's a fact. Grill yourself if you walk out there. Say the very least.
Yeah, I really like what Zach's doing. That's just same thing I was doing. He just found some better quality fish. Like I said, areas I fish, I've got history with, and it's one of them deals where I don't even fish them in practice. It's just, you don't want to catch something that you can catch in the tournament. And, I had different areas for every day of the tournament. And, that's a fun way to catch them. Man, when them smallmouth hit that bladed jig, when they thump it, and there's nothing, you don't have to finesse them in. You just winch on them and boat flip them if you want to.
So Birge was saying a little earlier, no spinning rods, throwing that 16, 17-pound line and just laying the wood to them. You can boat flip them if they're hooked good. He was talking about how violent that bite can be when you do get it, like you said there. And I'll give you a lot of credit, man, on that vibrant jig bite up here, because that was something I feel like you really exposed nationally. I don't think that, for most anglers, they don't think, I'm going to go to the St. Lawrence and throw a chatterbait until that one particular Elite Series event.
And to be honest with y'all, that was kind of an accident. I didn't practice it. Our youngest was born that week, and that was the year of COVID. So we actually had to drive up here, or I did by myself. I made like 3 stops all the way from Mississippi to upstate New York because we were getting COVID tested as soon as we got here.
That's right.
So I didn't want to touch anything. Well, my wife went into labor, and only one person could go in the hospital with her, and I'm 1,200 miles away. So I was already kind of mad at myself for missing that and wasn't having a good practice. And Hank said, you know what, you can catch fish off docks on the topwater if you need some fish, like 15 pounds a day. I was like, all right, well, first morning tournament, that's what I go start out doing. I pick up my bladed jig, and within an hour I caught 19 pounds before I knew what was going on.
Jeez.
And so I was like, well, I better lay off. So I went smallmouth fishing, ended up catching a 6'4" smallmouth and a 4.5 the rest of the day. And then day 2 and day 3 of that event, I started really keying in on that bladed jig bite. And it was, everybody thinks, on camera, it kind of looked like a dock deal, but there was a little bit more to it. and as you can see, guys now have kind of figured it out. There's rocks, different kind of rocks that sit up between these docks. As you can see, birds throwing over them. And those fish they come out of ambush points, and you kind of wonder, like, man, I should have seen that fish up there
because it's so clear.
It's so clear.
Yeah.
But they just come out of nowhere, and it's a fun bite, man. It's a good time.
based on what you saw in practice and the conditions and what we're seeing now, do you think it's possible to catch 25 a day? You know, Zack kind of set that pace yesterday with 25.5, but can you back that up, or where do you think, based on practice, that 3-day total winning weight will settle?
I thought coming in, just a lot of factors, no lake, no live scope. The month of July, I figured if you call average 23 a day, you were going to blow it away. And that may seem low, but you got to remember the lake's off limits and there's no scope, and
Birge
July.
hooked up.
Yep.
Is this going to be one that he's actually going to keep? He's thrown some back this morning. Lost a big one early.
Do we know what kind of weight he has?
I'm going to hit that dock, so hold on to your butt.
This one's got his attention.
This camera guy might drift into the dock, so hang on tight. We'll see. Birge had 3 so far, 3 good ones. And that 3.5 4-pound range. That's a nice one. Scare you to death. As you can see the entire chatterbait.
Come here.
Yeah, on that
Jesus.
fish roll.
And a little bit better quality one. 4-pounder. 214 is our small.
Calling that one a 4-pounder.
Gained a pound.
So he gained a pound, so
18.
he does have his limit. 18 pounds for Zack Birge unofficially right now. On top of that 25, and you know, Brock Fat Cat and I mentioned that earlier, that you know, a 2.5-pound lead a lot of places is not a big deal, but with everything we saw yesterday, him putting that big lead up really gonna make him somebody that's hard to chase if he can just kind of he hit the grand slam on day 1, but he can hit singles the next 2 days and possibly win this thing.
Yeah, and you know, if he surpasses 20 again, you know, it's going to be harder for somebody to chase him down. He don't have to go catch 23, 24 every day. If he can just hover that 20 mark, he's going to be hard to chase down already.
Which has kind of been the story of his last 2 years in professional fishing, but especially 2026. He's got a win here. He's got a win on the Bass Pro Tour. He's leading Angler of the Year in the Bass Pro Tour. He's second Angler of the Year right
He's
here.
on fire, man.
It's crazy to see.
He's on fire, and he's doing it in 2 different type of tournaments.
Definitely. Can't be overlooked.
Yeah.
Like 2 different formats, totally. I would think that the consistency going from that every fish counts to then 5, but he can also use forward-facing sonar in those for 3 hours a day. I don't know how you prepare, you know, fishing that 2 vastly different styles, but to be consistent in both, man, it's just that year for Zack. And really the last 2, he had a great year with us last year, great year on the BPT, got a win last year over there as well. So he's definitely shining bright here in 2026.
He's got momentum's a real thing, man.
No doubt about that.
It is. He's fishing good. He's confident. And he's catching them the way he wants to catch them.
His way. That was what I was going to say. He said it earlier. My way with Zack Birge. Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios. We've had Brock Mosley. He wanted to be on the water. Brock, man, I'm grateful that you came in here. You're going to replace me or Fat Cat. You got a job on your hands. I know you like catching bass, and you're way better at catching them than Fat Cat and I, but, man, I appreciate you joining us this morning. It's been awesome.
I may apply for a lockmaster job.
Well, listen, I think there are about 50 guys that would probably pay you a pretty good salary right now if you can get them through that lock and guarantee them this afternoon. Man, we wish you the best of luck in your next event. And
appreciate it.
We look forward to seeing you back on the NPFL in Arkansas for the last tournament.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
That one's good. What are you thinking with that move? We were coming to New York, headed to Dardanelle. You're a river rat.
Yeah.
Were you excited about that move?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them deals. I was kind of looking forward to going to Lake George because it's new.
Yeah.
And I've heard some really good things about it. And, you know, it just didn't work out. You know, the NPFL's kind of have some rough luck this year.
We indeed have. Then the year of the curveball.
Yeah. But Darnell's a good choice. You know, it's one of them places that's full of fish, so it's going to be a lot of fun, and you'll see a lot of different techniques play.
No doubt about it. A river rat grinder to end the season. We appreciate Brock Mosley joining us. Thank y'all for tuning in so far. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of this Miller Tech Stop 5 from the St. Lawrence River in just a few moments.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then, keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explorer fish finders, only from Humminbird.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
In tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Did you think you were replaced?
I thought I was, dude. Dude, talk about Cole Straight killing it, dude. Brock Mosley, holy moly. That brought the goods. Holy Mosley, I like that. Yeah, brought the goods, man. Very enlightening. Gave some insight onto the situation at hand. And, dude, can't thank him enough for coming in here and filling everybody in, dude. Also, just did a great job of commentating the daggone tournament. Like, just talking on things.
Fell right in there. So I was joking with him like, hey, dude, back off a little bit. You're great at catching bass. Don't take mine and Fat Cat's job.
Great job.
A lot of fish catching going on this morning, but stingy on the St. Lawrence for the most part from what we're seeing. And you heard Brock say that you're kind of in this in-between. They're just coming off the bed. It's a little funky. Just been lights out so far here on day number 2.
Listen, on live, though, because watching that catch track, I'm back there, man, while you and Mosley are chopping it up. But it was also interesting to hear what he said, because I've talked about several times no weather wild card. And then when you were talking about Powroznik and different things about the drifting, about that little bit of wind and changing the direction, that subtle change can make a big difference for the good or the bad.
Queen looking like there's more than a subtle difference in the weather where he's from in North Carolina and in New York right now with the puffer jacket.
Yes, sir. A little brisk this morning.
Listen, when it's July and it gets in the low 50s and you got a little bit of a wind and you're a Southern boy, you get cold.
Yeah.
I walked out of the hotel this morning. I definitely had a hoodie on.
Yeah, I almost got hypothermia this morning.
Zach Birge, your tournament leader. That's day number 1 with 25 pounds, 5 ounces. Continuing the chokehold he has on bass fishing in 2026. I did think that was something very interesting that Brock brought up right there at the end of his segment about how Zach competes not only on the Bass Pro Tour on the MLF side of things, but he also competes on the NPFL. That's something we don't talk about
format
enough. Yeah, man. And it hit me when he said that how difficult that must be where, man, every fish counts over a certain size and you got to run the scoreboard up like that.
And forward-facing sonar versus no forward-facing sonar as well.
So different. And to speak to just his angling abilities and where he's at mentally right now, confidence-wise, is that I don't care what lake.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going with my question earlier, going back to where has he peaked. And it's not like has he peaked, is he going down? I'm just saying the dude is steadily climbing. Like at what point, you know.
This kind of plateau.
That's where I'm going with, exactly. And Brock spoke on it. Excuse me, Brock spoke on it. We've talked about the bird surge, that momentum, taking full advantage of it.
There's not a day he launches his boat at this point that he does not think he's going to catch him. I mean, once you get to that place where he's at, and you've heard so many anglers talk about it, he expects to catch him. It's not, am I going to, I don't know how today's going to go. He's going to figure it out before weigh-in.
1,000,000%.
And things,
only line.
Just to be fair.
Oh, well, I got a little bitty cold, not much. Just out here trying to get a big bite. Out here doing some drifting. That's where my bigger bites have come from, is out a little bit deeper. I've seen some decent ones up there shallow, but they're just not wanting to bite yet. I think they'll bite, it's just a matter of time. And then they should start feeding. But I'm just out here drifting around. Wish I had scope. Ping these suckers, it'd be fun. Feel like I'm out here in La La Land. Just drift along. Never know though, might drift along with a 5-pounder and catch one. That's what we need.
That cat, unfortunately, we can't ask Brock this, but we got a comment from the text chat. Just got a text from the one and only Lee Livesey. And he said he wanted me to ask Brock while he's on live, is it true that the old Brock Mosley is back? That's the word on the street, is that the old Brock Mosley is back.
Holy
Have you heard that?
I have not.
You haven't heard
he
that
hit
the
it
old
like a
Brock's
dang
back?
big one would,
The
though.
old Brock's
He
back.
knocked the
I'll be
far
honest, I
out
don't
of
even know what
when
that
he hit it.
means.
I thought I had a big one.
I think Lee's in his bush lights early today.
The frog man himself.
Shout out Lee. Big Lee. Whale rope. I like seeing KJ Queen cut up a second ago, talking about he's out here drifting, kind of laughing, and kind of, you know what I mean? Not seeing him so tense and super focused, because I do.
Definitely a difference. He's not singing Travis Tritt today.
Nah, not yet. I'm sure if he gets a few of them daggone brown cows in the boat, he'll be singing a different tune, but Still early yet. A lot of time left to fish. Well, I say that, but actually not a lot of time left to fish. We're so used to saying that this early, but for these guys,
we're going to, our live cover is going to go from 8 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. today, but lots of decisions going to be made between now and 1 as far as when you start locking back. And yesterday, obviously the story is we had Brock Mosley here with us in studio. He's supposed to be out there on the St. Lawrence, but elected not to go. Had his day one weight disqualified, being back after that 15-minute mark, and back to the loss there, 15 minutes late, had his catch disqualified, and so many anglers that happened to. We had it's a pound per minute penalty. We had that happen to a lot of anglers.
15 minutes total weight
if
gone.
You're in that first or second flight, it seemed like you were really impacted. But what did happen, and this is something that kind of speaks to that year that Zack Birge is having. Everything goes your way. Zack was able to get back to the lock.
Come on, big mama.
Early. Gave up a lot of fishing time, and they locked Zack and a handful of anglers. They did lock them in before that commercial traffic got there. They got through. Everybody else showed up a little later, and they were locking through those commercial vessels. So definitely a lot of dice being rolled this week. And so I think with our 5 that we have on camera, the ones that made that run, in a couple of hours, you're going to start seeing them.
Absolutely.
Hey, we're going to get back up there around that lock. And will we see more? We hope not.
They're kind of obligated to, because that window of time the lock is supposed to be open for these anglers.
And it was the same setup yesterday.
Which was shut very tight yesterday.
Yeah, they worked so hard, man. And you heard Brock mention that, but coming into this event, we heard all kinds of stuff. Brad Fuller put a video out and said, hey, we may be restricted to this 29 miles. We're working.
Enter at your own risk more. So we've done everything we could possibly do to assure that it should open at this period of time. But
and the NPFL was told, hey, you're getting a guaranteed time. But again, anytime you're on a waterway that has commercial traffic, I promise they're going to take precedence. Correct. I don't care what you're told. We've had guaranteed lock times on the Tennessee River so many times in my life, and you roll up and they're breaking down one of those big barges and putting it in there, they don't care about your bass tournament.
Man, I thought the wind wasn't supposed to blow today. I was looking forward to that. I was like, because I feel like if I had it calm and sunny, I could go look at them and catch them. But you gotta have that sunshine. No wind.
things kind of slow for KJ, but not for all the anglers out here on the St. Lawrence. It is definitely some moving and grooving going on that catch tracker.
Speaking of.
Yes, sir.
Right on time.
John Cox, your unofficial leader at this point here on day 2 of the Miller Tech Stop 5 on the St. Lawrence River.
He's got a win right here in this Messina area.
Hey, dude, and not a guy that you necessarily think coming to a smallmouth place that would be rocking and rolling right now, but John Cox.
He's got a win on St. Clair in a Bassmaster Elite Series. He's got some smallmouth. Again, you don't give the Florida boy a lot of credit for smallmouth, but he's got some great finishes and some great experience on this body of water. And yesterday, snuck in there with that log jam that was that 21-pound, 5-ounce mark in about a 10-way tie, I feel like, for 6th place, the way it shook out yesterday. But, man, right back after it again today.
Dude, that's dangerous right there. And a happy John Cox, which you never really see any other John Cox, but when he's tickled and catching them, son, he likes to keep that feeling going.
It can be a problem.
Yeah, once he gets on a roll, if
he keeps that roll going, we might see him on NPFL Live on Showdown Saturday from the St. Lawrence River.
Oh, we got some boat-to-boat action with John Cox this morning. A little bit earlier.
He's all bundled up.
Yeah, he is.
So you take a Florida man and put him up here in this weather, he don't know what to do without 200% humidity. John, lots of smallmouth experience. Even though, like you said, you expect him to be in a foot of water chasing largemouth.
Typically, when we talk
no
about
doubt.
him, when you think about John, because like you say, though, he is
Has a top 10 with us, though. Sagging all day, mixing in largemouth and smallmouth up there. I think anytime he's around clear water,
I think just when he's around fish.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah, he is something else, man. John Cox, man.
Some boat-to-boat bonus action from our man Tim Shreve out on the water right there. Now back live with Mike Quinlin, who caught the day's big bass on day one with a 6-pound even largemouth from the St. Lawrence.
We were watching most of the morning throwing that frog around them pads. He's moved out a little bit. We saw him pull one in the boat earlier. Mouthful of grass, fishing around some heavy veg.
Well, again, just like yesterday, it's a little bit slow start for me. I've got one nice largemouth, and we just caught a smallmouth, and I just missed a smallmouth. I probably should have a limit. I've missed several fish this morning, but I don't think they've been real big. We're trying to catch a smallmouth right now. It seems like there's not as much current today, and therefore I guess maybe the fish aren't biting quite so good. Hopefully we can get on a little something here late in the day. A lot of times these smallmouth don't bite good till the sun gets up high anyway. I caught all my good fish late in the day yesterday, so hopefully that's the same thing for today.
Mike mentioned that on stage, but anybody that watched his personal live stream yesterday were probably like, he was lying. Where did this 21 pounds come from? Because he did. He caught them all late in the game yesterday. Come up with 21 pounds, 8 ounces, and take third place after day one here at this Miller Tech stop number 5, town of Messina, New York, playing host for the second year in a row here in the National Professional Fishing League.
According to Catch Track, Mike's currently in 35th.
Still live?
Unofficially. We are, buddy. What you want to talk
give a
about?
shout out to my sponsors, National Fishing Expos, David Hoheisel, Miller Tech Batteries. Because of them, I'm out here fishing, and I really appreciate it. My hometown marina, Honey Creek Tackle Marine. They get me my boat and my motor. Really appreciate all my sponsors.
If you guys are in the Columbus, Ohio area, January 29th through the 31st, make sure you come to the Columbus Fishing Expo. The National Fishing Expo puts it on, sponsored by Miller Tech, one of the best expos in the country for fishing.
They have turned the current on already.
You know, the pre-tournament talk was a stingy St. Lawrence River from a lot of anglers that I reached out to, and we get used to being lied to. Like, it's the St. Lawrence River, and stingy is relative. Even Brock said that. Stingy is relative.
Yes, it is.
But what I mean by that, they're not getting as many bites as what they're
Well,
used to
St. Lawrence will
getting
spoil
here.
you because it
That's right.
has that reputation of being one of the best, if not the best, smallmouth fishery in the country.
19 bags over 20 on a stingy St. Lawrence on day one.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
I think it was something around 30 over 19. I mean, weights stacked up like always.
The weigh-in was like a meat
large
market.
No
It was
doubt about
just Messina meat just everywhere. 21 pounds. You saw the inch. 20 pounds. 20 pounds. You were
I
on
was
stage
I
just
was
screaming,
tired.
son.
I was
Yeah.
tired when I got home last
It's like a
night.
damn echo. 20 pounds. 20 pounds.
Yeah, it's a lot of copy and paste when it
Buddy.
comes to the weights. Jump over and get a dose of that Birge Surge. Zach has updated his catch track and has said, "Oh, you guys thought John Cox was in the lead? That's cute. He's not."
Yeah. So unofficially, Zack Birge is your leader with 43.6. John Cox had 39.14 right now. Birge with 18 pound 1 ounce in the box. Cox at 18.9. Scrolling down that catch track. See if we see anybody with any bigger sacks than that. From Birge over to Powroznik.
Powroznik with 22-12 on day number 1.
We ought to be getting a bite right here.
As Brock Mosley mentioned when he was in, he fully expected Jacob to have a great event here because he has really mastered this drifting technique. There's certainly an art to it. It's not as simple as getting in the middle of the river and throwing your Carolina rig out and catching 22 pounds, 12
That's
ounces
right.
of smallmouth. But again, one of those guys that he caught that yesterday, was in a later flight, was able to get back through, make it on time. And when I say get back through, the group of anglers that got trapped in the lock, they did lock through basically the entirety of anglers in the field that locked through. They all got back through at the same time, but unfortunately, check-in time
3 o'clock and 3:15.
Yeah.
Those the first flight and second flight that went down.
Yep. But you heard of a lot of great sportsmanship on stage.
Yes.
Anglers saying, "Hey,
What flight
guy-
are you?"
Yeah, the guys that were locked out. Hey, y'all go to the front of the lock. That way, when they open this thing, because there were so many guys that did, like Jacob Powroznik, they made it in with 30 seconds, a minute to
Yes.
spare to their check-in time, and had the guys that were already going to be late not let them get to the front. They might not make it to weigh in either. So even though you're out of it, it was very cool to hear that story over and over and
That
over.
camaraderie, sportsmanship, just looking out for the other anglers. Yeah, it was good to hear.
In a tough situation.
Very tough,
Nobody
stressful.
Winning one of these tournaments, winning $100,000, getting that NPFL shield, that is great, but guys don't want to win by any means necessary. Meaning they don't want their
Dude,
competitors
especially
to
at
be
this point in the
locked out.
season, there's no recovery. There's
That's
no
right.
time really true. So it says a lot. It's a testament to the sportsmanship of the anglers.
Well, for me, it really wasn't. You know, I kind of like I knew I was going to make it back, but you know, I got to sit there with a lot of the guys that weren't. You know, and it's a bad deal, man. I mean, when something's guaranteed, golly, when something's guaranteed and then it doesn't happen, it's kind of jacked up, man, for the guys. I'm sorry for them. Stressful.
Talks about that guarantee. So the NPFL, I hear there's a lot of chatter.
Because we're not.
Hey, let's talk.
And a lot of
right
people
there
that,
underneath the dam and just roll on, So.
And I'm sure I haven't been on the social media, but I keep hearing there are a lot of, as always,
couple.
people
I looked
that,
a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
people that aren't involved, that aren't in the tournament, that didn't go through that, like some of our pros, giving their opinions and takes and whatnot. What the NPFL did leading into this event was worked very closely, monitored this situation. In the beginning, it was, hey, 29 miles of water is all we're going to get to fish.
No lock.
There were anglers that were upset about that were in the field, right? And so the NPFL did all they could to work with this, the lock situation, and actually paid money to treat our
Say it again.
field.
Say it again.
Paid money.
A business transaction took place.
Transaction with the lock.
To be considered a commercial group.
Absolutely.
Same as commercial vessels.
Absolutely. And so they should, for no reason, have been locked out. That being said,
miscommunication or lack of the wires got crossed at some point.
And we didn't, and some of our anglers, not all, but some, missed weigh-in because of that. Some were docked weight. And it is absolutely the story of the event. Now, I've had people like, well, how can you not just let those guys weigh in? It's beyond the NPFL's control what the lockmaster decided to do. If you then throw your rule book out the window as the NPFL, in my opinion, you hurt the integrity of said rule book. And so you can't play favorites, essentially.
And the word guarantee, and just to reiterate, that the league did not guarantee that those gates would be open. When Brad Fuller made the statement, it was an enter at your own risk. Now, the league may have been guaranteed, but the league did not guarantee the anglers.
That's right. And I think most anglers here realize that.
Dude, it's an emotional situation.
And of course, listen, you're having to throw back 23 pounds, 20 pounds, 21 pounds. We saw that yesterday. There were
all the money, time, and effort that goes into this, especially at this point in the season, like it's a hard pill to swallow, man.
But most of our anglers certainly understand that the NPFL had zero to do with that situation. That's right. And unfortunately it did, fishing does come down to luck sometimes.
Sure.
And unfortunately it was kind of that luck of the draw. If you were in one of those later flights, you got through on time. And even some of those late flights made it in with seconds to spare.
Some guys were 8 minutes late, not like we talked about earlier, pound a minute.
I think I saw 11 minutes late. I think Gerald Spoyer was 11 minutes late. And I will say on stage at that weigh-in, the number of anglers that chose Hunter Sale, Scott Canterbury, Ray Hanselman, that chose they wanted to see what their fish weighed,
sure.
And they showed up like professionals on stage. They represented their sponsors. They could have spun out in the parking lot, slung gravel, like that's probably what I would have done.
No doubt, me too.
But that being said, there were so many, and then talking to veterans like Gerald Swindle, Andy Morgan, they're like, hey, this is how the ball bounces sometimes in these events when
it's
you
the
have
game we play, the risks you take.
That four-letter word, lock. Anytime it comes into play, whether it's the Mississippi River, the Tennessee, on and on, man, it can just be so risky. And again, I want to reiterate, say the NPFL goes, oh, well, you guys are locked out. Oh, you can just come on back late and it's fine. We'll let you weigh in. That's not fair to the anglers. We have anglers in the top 10 that elected to not even mess with the lock. And that's all part of the strategy. So it's not fair to go, oh, it's okay. Yeah, you caught 20 whatever pounds, but you're going to be late. But this time, because the lock, they didn't guarantee it like they said they would. Yeah, it's just a very difficult situation. There's no winners.
No, man, no.
Either way.
Nobody benefits. Absolutely not.
From KJ Queen, we're going to go take a quick break, and we'll be back to the St. Lawrence River for more Miller Tech Stop 5 action in just a few moments.
We are giving away my Tundra. I don't know really how I feel about this. This is my favorite truck of all times. Good looking vehicle. Give you guys just a little bit of a walk around. She's wrapped up. It's beautiful. Fuel wheels, V8, 4-wheel drive Tundra. And she is gorgeous. So you guys that have signed up, this is what you have signed up for. My Work Sharp Tundra. Hope whoever wins, you enjoy this. It's been a great truck and it will be for you too.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
On the water, nothing stays the same. Conditions shift, pressure builds. The anglers who rise are the ones who adjust. Every cast, every decision. Strike King has lived that truth from the start. From our first spinnerbaits to the baits shaping what's next. New water, new technology, new challenges. So we build what anglers need to stay a cast ahead. Strike King, tie one on.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
Town of Messina, New York, and this MillerTech stop number 5 in Fat Cat Newton, one of our favorite places to visit in the country, especially in the good old summertime.
Yes, it is, Mike.
I can tell when they eat it, it's a thunk.
Back with old Big Mike Quinlin. National Fishing Expo Pro, MillerTech Pro.
This area of the country on a bucket list for a lot of anglers that have never got to come up here. And then when you start reading bios, where's your favorite place to go? Messina,
No
St. Lawrence,
doubt,
Messina,
dude.
St. Lawrence.
Dude, and when you hear town, you think small, and where I'm going with this is it has everything you need. You come here, the fisheries, and it's spread out. You're in the woods, your country. It's good living, good food,
Water
good
all
people,
around
water everywhere, woods. It's laid back. It ain't no big city stuff. Because you hear New York, you think of New York. Y'all boys get in the truck. We going to the big house. But no, man, it's good living up top, son.
We're a long ways for the hustle and bustle.
Ain't no
of
doubt
that
about
place.
that. But Messina, man, they got it figured out.
Now we'll say, very hard to get here from Tennessee.
Have mercy, buddy.
Worth the trip, but hard to get here.
My man was driving an hour or so to the airport, and after fighting with flights, instead of driving that hour to the airport, just detoured and drove the 17 hours to Messina, New York, over a 1,000-mile trip. Crazy, bro.
Yeah, so anybody that watched the
And to
weigh-in,
come and do double duty, to sit in here with me and then go on stage and MC the event.
yeah, if anybody didn't like my weigh-in performance yesterday, I would like to make an excuse and say I slept 2 hours on the side of the road, and when I got here, it was 20 minutes before the weigh-in started from my drive from Tennessee. But, you know, hey, shout out Delta.
Soldier.
And I'll say, it's the first time I've ever made that drive without a bass boat behind me. That was the part that was driving me to crazy.
Kind of what irritated me.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, you actually said that whenever I said, hey, buddy, I'm going to have to drive. And, oh, yeah, well, you got the boat behind you. And I said, man, I wish.
Almost hung up on you.
We were too far in for that. Had I gone back to the house and got the boat, I might not have made weigh-in. But it's weird being up here without one.
I hear you.
This is such a great tournament playing field, though, this Messina area, St. Lawrence River, because just like we talked with Mosley, you and I have talked about some. We go out of Messina last year. Everything is in play, meaning Lake Ontario, which is over 100 miles away by water. They took the restrictor plate off of it. Hey, if you boys can get there and get back, good luck to you. We'll see you back at the weigh-in. And so many people, again, that was risky. You're getting gas. You're you know, maintenance on your equipment is very important. You got to make sure everything's right to get down there and back. You know, 3 straight days to win.
That was probably one of our craziest events that we've had last year here.
And it was just, you could see it on the anglers' faces. Even Drew Cook, who won, it takes its toll. Like that is a journey every day. And so they started talking immediately after that event. Hey, let's keep them in the river, which I was all for, because it does just immediately that quick. It makes it a completely different event. And going 2 weeks later than we're here last year, it makes it just a vastly different fishery. And they still have 70 miles of water that they're dealing with. So you can potentially make that 140 mile round trip. Like Brock said, you still almost got to get gas. Like, it's still that far to where the boundary's at. Speaking of 2025,
yes,
it was a beatdown of epic proportions on these big St. Lawrence special smallmouth. Definitely looked a little different. A lot of sight fishing. Still had a lot of smallmouth on the bed. Drew Cook was able to hoist his first NPFL shield.
Brought 20 pounds, 3 ounces to the scales yesterday. Nothing in the box today. On that catch track,
yeah.
I saw
Probably
Drew
has
rolls.
25.
Probably has 25.
He'll update it in a minute, and all of a sudden he'll be in the lead. That's how Drew definitely rolls.
But he brought a decent sack to the scales yesterday. 20 plus.
This man right here, KJ Queen, having a fantastic 2026. He is your Work Sharp Angler of the Year leader. Coming into Stop 5, and after day number 1, continues his incredible run. Started this event in 4th place. You can see right there. We're going to have a big shakeup because 2 of the 5 in that graphic, Brandon Cobb and Brock Mosley, did not launch their boats in the town of Messina.
That is
today.
crazy, man.
Elected to, they said, hey, don't think I have a chance to win Angler of the Year now. And it's not that sore loser mentality, both being pros about it. We don't want to get in somebody's way. We're just going to sit this one out. Brock had his entire catch DQ'd yesterday after being more than 15 minutes late. And Brandon had issues with the lock as well, and a low weight on day number 1. Brandon actually called me last night, Fat Cat, put me on the spot and said, how many points do you think it'll take to make the championship? And I said, you better call Ken Duke with that question. And these were the three coming into this event that we thought had the best chance to win going into our finale at Lake Dardanelle in the month of September, but now really a two-horse race between KJ Queen and Zack Birge. And if this tournament shakes out the way it's looking like, going to be a two-horse race going into Dardanelle.
Yeah, because if you take Cobb out of the equation, Mosley out of the equation, Derek Lehtonen falls in there.
He's probably going to be third after day
but
one.
Not enough. Man, he's going to be set back quite a bit.
Can KJ Queen win his first national Angler of the Year title?
Well,
Can
we
Zack
are
Birge win 2 Angler of the Year titles this year? So many stories.
About to go get on our other stuff. I need to call a few more times, so I got to go hit it. Man, we made a long run this morning back to where I caught him yesterday. Took off boat 61, which I don't know what that was, reverse order, but we had the old Cougar and Mercury combo rolling this morning. We passed a lot of people before the lock. I think we were like probably about 10 or so out of the lock, and I bet we didn't go 3 miles and we done passed everybody. That was fun. That's my daily adrenaline rush right there. It doesn't get any better than that. People say you can't catch them running 70 or 75, whatever. You also can't catch them running 25. And I send it everywhere I go.
That's good logic.
But I got up here, caught them decent. Not great. It was much slower. Much slower in general, it seems like. Even around this stuff I'm fishing now. Should be catching some numbers. But I got some other cranking stuff I'm about to go hit. Back down a little bit. I feel like I can catch some heavy 3s, maybe a couple 4s. I need to go give that a quick pass before it's time to get back to the lock. I was really hoping to catch 1 or 2 more of them big ones like I did yesterday up here. But I just feel like you can't go back through the same stuff and keep catching them, because there's not a bunch of them up there. I may have plucked it for all it was worth yesterday. I went through it once in practice and caught them good, and then went through it again yesterday and caught them good. But I know there's still a couple because they showed themselves to me today. May just be a weather situation or something. They're not biting as good today. Just missed one. But yeah, we're about to go. We're about to make a run, about a 20-minute run back the other direction towards the lock, and pull up on 2 or 3 places where I caught some big ones, multiple big ones, and try to pluck 1 or 2 off of it, get rid of them 3-pounders I got, and we'll be setting right for the day. I feel like if I, 21, can get up to around 21, 22, be setting just fine. We need another big day tomorrow. So we'll about to go chunk and wine and crank our butt off for a little bit, and hopefully we can upgrade a few times. I'll let the old Mercury scream again.
Zack Birge fixing to let the bass.
This is definitely a place that you get a lot of run time.
Yet again, gonna make a run. You hear him talk about that lock.
Oh yeah.
Back towards that lock.
Oh yeah.
Now back with Mike Quinlin, 3rd place after day 1.
We're still working on some
spinning
small
rod
fish.
action out of Mike.
Lost one a minute ago.
I prefer him to see throwing a frog on pads.
Can we let Mike know he needs to be doing that for Fat Cat?
But I'm here for this too. Looking down that Work Sharp AOY top 10 leaderboard after day 1, KJ Queen, Zack Birge, Derek Lehtonen, Wesley Gore, Hank Cherry rounding out your top 5, and then in 6th, Greg Hackney, John Cox of Florida, Brandon Cobb, Jacob Powroznik, and round out your top 10, Greg Vincent.
Top 10 sounds like Murderer's Row.
Buddy.
In that Work Sharp Angler of the Year race. Somebody that's not in the top 10 right now in that Work Sharp Angler of the Year race that I predicted to win Angler of the Year this year is the Work Sharp Pro himself, Mr. Andy Morgan, the GOAT, having a good year. But you know why I think he's kind of off his game a little bit points-wise? He found out they were giving away his truck at Work Sharp.
He's got him messed up in the head a little bit. He don't want to get rid of it.
Once he found out Work Sharp was going to give away his Toyota Tundra, I think it changed everything for him. Get over there to Work Sharp's website. You can get signed up for that. Get in the inner circle. Get post-tournament updates from Andy, but get a chance to win Andy's rig. Now, I don't know if he'll come after you with one of those Work Sharp knives, but because he doesn't seem happy about it.
No, he does not. He seems a bit perturbed about having to give the Tundra away, but he's willing to do it. For one of the members of that inner circle at Work Sharp.
Currently in our championship cut, though. Those Work Sharp points, 34th right
he
now.
was, unfortunately, he was one of the ones that got caught up in that lock mayhem yesterday. Morgan currently 34th in that Work Sharp AOY, just within that cut line of the top 40, qualifying for the 2027 championship on Lake Mitchell. $40 anglers will compete for $100,000 entry fee. Is free. They get paid just for showing up. That was a lot of talk, with Brandon Cobb dropping out of this event after getting DQ'd, and Mosley also. Their main concern, like we talked about earlier, will I qualify for that championship if I don't fish? And so after Brandon Cobb talked to Ken Duke, Ken told, I feel confident as long as you're within that top 100. You ran the numbers for him.
Yeah.
Top 100, the final event, you should qualify for the championship. And looking a second ago at that Work Sharp AOY list, you see that Cobb was in second, Mosley was in fourth, and only a few points separate them.
Somebody in that Work Sharp mix in the top 5, unofficially, Wesley Gord. Back-to-back top 5s in his home state, but I'm going to tell you right now.
Hungry.
On Mitchell Lake on the Coosa River.
He's the one.
Nobody wants him there. I can assure you of that.
Well, he's damn sure on his way of being there.
No doubt.
Especially like looking at that catch track today.
No doubt.
He's definitely in the mix.
The boy's got Coosa River water in his veins. And man, that one's going to be I'm mad at the NPFL for scheduling that. That's one of my favorite lakes.
Your honey hole, honey hole.
Yeah, definitely one of the honey holes of my life. I love me some Mitchell Lake. And there's going to be a lot of locals. Brad Fuller, he may get some hate mail sent to his house over that. There could be some Bama boys upset at what we show off in February or March next year. I haven't announced the date. That early spring time frame, that place is going to be, busted at the seams. Wesley Gore's definitely going to choke up on the bat.
I'm going to jerk these things real quick.
Uh-oh, what we got going on here?
Because they ain't reacting to my crankbait as good as they should be.
Okay.
So we're going to find out. Jerkbait. If I can catch those 3 that chase my crankbait, I'll be a lot happier.
We are live, Derek. What's going on?
Well, I've had a tough day. Now, about an hour, I've had a lot of followers now, so I think they're starting to get a little more active. So I'm hoping they'll start participating. I'm getting ready to, heck, I'll jerk this point right here. Getting ready to run the same humps a few times, see if they will eat the jerk bait. They've been following my crankbait. I got a limit now, but it's only for about 8 pounds, 9 pounds. Not much. So we're gonna see what the jerk bait will do. Crankbait ain't being too friendly today. I don't know if it's the weather, the high pressure, not enough wind. Something's happening. But we're gonna find out. Keep plugging away, it's still early. We got piles of time.
I love bouncing.
So it still can be a really good day, just a matter of getting on them.
Sometimes it can be polar opposite, right? Of what they want or what they think they need. It's interesting.
Let's see if we get one right here. Too much work throwing a jerk bait.
Working us through his game plan as he works that jerk bait. And you heard him say, I'm going to recycle back through those humps. And that's something you mentioned earlier. We see with him. He's not going to run around all over the place. He gets dialed into a certain area, whatever fishery we're on, and he hurts their feelings in that area.
He finds a stretch and hunkers down, and he just runs it into the ground, son. He don't play no games.
Keep this run going. Will lead
drop shot weights, worms, you name it. And then Mike's Bait and Tackle up at Inman. He sent me a package up this week. Stuff I ordered and I never made it by the store, and he shipped it up here. So that helped out. Probably need to be throwing it. Little black spy baits he got me. Ordered up for me. But I'm going to take a little ride back up to the top of this flat here and try it again, see if they'll eat the jerk bait on the way down. We'll catch him at some point.
Drift. Try to get a little more dialed in, and the man that we mentioned just a little earlier that's certainly been dialed in at the last couple of events, Wesley Gore, unofficially third today, and got off to a great start on that catch track. 21 pounds, 5 ounces, that log jam down around 6th place we saw yesterday. Wesley was in there and in the top 10 in those Work Sharp Angler of the Year points.
Sitting pretty, son.
And definitely happy with 2 top 5s, but he wanted to win in Alabama as bad as anybody.
Yeah.
Lay Lake and Logan Martin are in his backyard, and really thought he had a chance there. When we ended live at Logan, I said it would. I felt like it would be one of the Bama boys, and they had a lot of fishing time left, but ended up placing third down there at Logan.
Millwood was the one that got him, though, right?
Harris Chain.
Harris Chain was the one that got him.
Harris Chain was the one that he kind of slipped a little bit, but I believe he's gotten a check since then.
Right. Okay.
At every
gotcha.
event. And he also took home all the incentive money at our last event, because it pays to explore with Humminbird, the official electronics partner of the NPFL. He got $1,000 for being the highest finisher there at Logan Martin. It pays to explore with Humminbird.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
On the water, nothing stays the same. Conditions shift, pressure builds. The anglers who rise are the ones who adjust. Every cast, every decision. Strike King has lived that truth from the start. From our first spinnerbaits to the baits shaping what's next. New water, new technology, new challenges. So we build what anglers need to stay a cast ahead. Strike King, tie one on.
Welcome back to the MillerTech stop number 5 of the 6-event season here in 2026. The National Professional Fishing League, and a look at that beautiful St. Lawrence River that our anglers are all over this week.
Pretty part of the country, dude. Have mercy. And them boys have been running and gunning up and down that St. Lawrence River.
That was a decent little upgrade. 4.6 for a 3-pounder, basically, so gained a pound 6, pound 7-ish. Ran a little bit, made a stop on an island that I caught 2 big ones in practice. I usually can catch like 1 or 2 a day off this thing. That might have been my one. Maybe we'll get lucky and one more will bite. I usually catch them cranking off this thing, off the tip of it, but I didn't get bit and I drifted in a little bit, started throwing this other little bait and caught that one. Just crawling it on the bottom. So hard for me to have the patience and ability to reel this thing so slow. So small and light.
Will we see what he's talking about?
But that's how they want it, so kind of got to give it to him that way.
You can tell he doesn't want us to know. This other little bait.
Being a little sneaky.
I like it. I'm here for it.
St. Lawrence sneak action.
We'll figure it out.
Definitely trying to be sneaky.
You got to give them what they want.
We're going to catch you, Birge.
We'll find out tomorrow. We'll give him one more day. I'll go to the daggone rod locker today at the weigh-in.
It's not a sea urchin. I know that.
And one thing we try
We're
to protect
getting there. We need that. We need to get to that
first day alive.
21 range. So I need one more One more 4-pounder would get us close. We'll be teetering with 21 if we catch one more 4. Catch a 5, we'll get to 22. We're real close, I should say.
Birge catches a 22 to go with that 25.5. It's gonna be scary on Showdown Saturday.
You ain't lying. Let's take a look back at one he caught just earlier.
Yeah, it's a 4-pounder. Yep, for sure. So you can't really tell until you see how wide they are. And that sucker's wide. All right, we got one that's a 215 in there we gotta get rid of. Oh yeah, trout more like 4.5. The biggest one of the day, 4.6. Get him on the big side.
This is why we were away on commercial break, and before that commercial break, Birge had said, fixing to take the bass cap, fixing to make a 20-minute run. But this speaks to me. He stops a little short, pulls up on a place. I got a couple bites here in practice.
Should be getting more bites in general, though.
The ball is bouncing your way like
That's
it is
what
for
makes me
Birge.
think that.
You stop and catch a 4.5-pounder before you go to where you think you're going to catch a 4-pounder. And now he says he's one more 4-pound bite away from a 22-pound day 2. Very scary.
Very.
And just locked in.
That's what I was about to say. There's no sign, nobody's, zero emotion. Just another day at the office. Business as usual. Not that he's ever one to really panic or get tense per se, but
What sucker cut me? I'm bleeding like a stuck pig.
Depending on how it shakes tomorrow, of course, and how the points look. Going to be in contention for the NPFL Golden Shield that goes to the Angler of the Year, the Work Sharp Angler of the Year.
You can catch them off the tips of these things. You can also get up here on the shallow face of them where the current's hitting it. Throw these baits right here around up shallower. There's fish up here shallow too, like that one was. This next spot we're gonna stop at is real shallow and the current's ripping on it. And them suckers are in like 2 foot of water and they're big ones. They're just laying on the bottom in holes in the grass, and you bring this bait fluttering over the top of them and they just blast out of there and eat it.
Quad box action. Zack Birge, Derek Lehtonen, Mike Quinlin, Jacob Powroznik.
All right, a couple more casts.
Talking
I
about
fished here
that
before in different tournaments. It's just a place I always try to stop on when I'm coming and going. It's usually always good for a cranking fish or two out off the tip of it. And I pulled up in practice and caught like 2 4 4.25 back-to-back cast and thought, all right, they're there still. And we were coming this direction. I looked up and saw it. Thought, man, I better just swing in there and stop. Pretty good call because that was a 4.6. That's our best one of the day so far. We got 2 heavy 3s that are close to 4, a 4.4, a 4.6, and one more 3. I got that 3 even I need to get rid of. Catch another 4, we'll toss that one. Which I seriously don't think
18-1, but he's got way more than that.
Catching that at the next stop. I got plenty of time. I might stop on one more place on our way there too. Throw a crankbait for a minute. A little place I've caught a few big ones.
Yeah, confidence plus experience make you very dangerous.
Absolutely.
But you know, if you're an angler that you're visiting the St. Lawrence for the first time in your career, it's so massive. The current can throw you for a loop. The water is so clear compared to what a lot of anglers are used to in other parts of the country. And so, man, when you got a guy like
Eat it,
Zack,
you dumb
or
fish.
a lot of our anglers in our field, they've been here multiple times. He's already thinking about his next one. Yeah, I got a couple places where I've caught big ones in the past. You start mixing that in, man, it's a dangerous game plan for the rest of the field. And I'll tell you something that we haven't talked about a lot, but got to get through this amazing event on the St. Lawrence. But when the schedule changed, you're supposed to come back up north.
Oh boy!
Now you're going to Dardanelle in September. Dardanelle's a place that man right there, Zack Birge, has had a lot of success in regional events in his life, and Zack is, in my opinion, he's one of the best fall fishermen that we've seen in the sport. There's just not a lot of big major fall events anymore, and that's going to be that early fall time frame. KJ might need to get a little nervous.
Those situations too, kind of, and we've seen it time and time again, where those positives can kind of almost turn negative, as far as chasing ghosts and different things, or pressure you put on yourself, and so many different variables. And we've heard anglers talk about that so much, but yeah, that's dangerous.
On a place like this,
yes.
It's not home lake advantage.
And
you
when
know?
you talk to the anglers about Dardanelle, about how it's going to fish, and it's going to be a little bit different than here at the St. Lawrence.
It's going to be different than the St. Lawrence. And in mid-September in Arkansas, they're probably going to all wish they had an air conditioner in the boat, because it can still going to be steamy. You might have some cooler mornings and some cooler nights at that point, but man, you just never know what you get. A guy that will have a great tournament there is Derek Lehtonen. I feel like that one's going to set up right in his wheelhouse for what he likes.
Hunter
to do.
Bogman.
Yeah. Definitely the pre-tournament favorite going into that
Absolutely.
one. Boy finally gets a chance on the Arkansas River in the NPFL. Been with us all 6 years.
I'm sure
several top tens. But
yeah, man, he'll be in the mix.
Hey, shout out to Hunter on day number 1 of this event. Caught a little over 18 pounds. I talked to him in the parking lot in the town of Messina at the boat ramp last year, and he weighed in either 1 or 2 bass one of the days. And he is always just a beacon of light when it comes to positivity and all that. And it's one of the first times in the league I've ever seen him down. And talked to him for a long time, like, dude, you know, bad tournaments happen. He's like, well, it shouldn't happen. I love rivers. And he stayed after that tournament with his dad and spent time on he said, I'm going to figure this place out. And so to come in yesterday.
Oh, it's a good one too,
Mike
buddy.
Quinlin hooked up.
Let's go. Right where it should have been too.
But shout out to Hunter for fighting through that. Had a great day 1. Got a little redemption.
That's good stuff.
Oh gosh.
That's not though. How many times did you hear that story on the stage yesterday about it getting off right at the boat?
Oh man.
And we just saw it, man. Come airborne out there, it fought it, got it all the way back.
Finally got the bite.
Side still.
You survived the jump.
Yes. Yes. That's painful.
Mike's been in this little area right here for the last hour or so.
Mike also a guy that you don't see him get rattled very often. Talking to, he's always that
steady Eddie.
Steady Eddie, calm, cool.
A good hook set. I thought for sure he was coming to the boat. Yep. Could have had a limit by now.
Slower start for Mike,
Yeah,
but
man.
again, he said yesterday he did most of his damage in the last hour.
True.
Before weigh-in. Had the day's big bass with a 6-pounder. That was a largemouth, not one of those St. Lawrence specials. It would be fun to come here and have a largemouth only tournament. Hey, you boys can't catch smallmouth. Just because the largemouth fishery, it's so good. But man, when you obviously the smallmouth is as good as it gets, and
Yeah.
it's a world-renowned fishery for that reason. But there's so many great largemouth opportunities here as well. But you get distracted by those 4 and 5 pound smallmouth.
Yeah, but like you're saying, exactly what you're saying is, we're at a predominantly smallmouth fishery, yet the big fish leading the event is a 6-pound largemouth.
We saw some 5-pound largemouth
Yes, we
across the
did.
stage yesterday, and some of those like 17 to 19-pound bags were mixed
Yeah,
bags,
dude.
and then of course Mike had, I believe, 3 largemouth and 2 smallmouth for 21.5 pounds yesterday.
Yeah, because we were watching fish the pads early with the frog, and then a little offshore had the good grass, good thick nasty stuff.
Kind of surprised to see him though. He pulled out of that.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know, and maybe we can ask Mike that at some point. You know, did the water level change? Because we saw him. He'd been talking that swim jig. We saw him get out a frog. Did that mess up his largemouth? You know, did the water fall a little bit? Because they have those gates closed because of the high water. That's what led us to this lock situation. Normally it's wide open. You can just kind of run through it. And this week we're having to lock. Well, they were locking recreational traffic yesterday. They're locking commercial traffic. Every time they open that lock, obviously water
That's
passes
right,
through.
sure.
Are they letting some of this water out?
They say that lock is of almost 800 foot long, 80 foot wide.
Mike in his 3rd season here in the National Professional Fishing League. 37th in the Work Sharp Angler of the Year race in 2024, 44th in 2025, and he was 52nd coming into day 1 at the St. Lawrence, but was able to jump up in the standings yesterday after day 1. Wants to keep that rolling so he can slide into that top 40 after Dardanelle, so he can make that championship. But very consistent. He's always around. And I really do feel like there's not a day we do live coverage that we don't mention Mike
I'm telling you, man.
point.
Without a doubt.
All right, we gotta go see if we can catch a couple largemouth.
Sounds like he's gonna.
But we will stop
ditch
here on
these
the way back.
smallmouth.
I'd stop there on the way back too after losing that good one, man.
Chill back here for a minute.
Uh-oh, what's KJ? Doctoring something up.
KJ's still freezing to death. The mustard man cannot
Well, it ain't
find
like
his
he's got a
warmth.
whole lot of natural
That's
insulation.
true.
Do what?
KJ's lean and mean, son.
Come on,
He
big
told me on stage
smallmouth.
yesterday, he said, man, I'm cold.
Ah, come on.
KJ trying to sight fish one, looks like.
He was talking about, man, I wish that wind would lay down. I could see him. And it looks like it's not quite as windy as what it was earlier for him, so.
KJ definitely likes to eagle eye 'em. He likes to sight fish.
Oh, yeah.
And up here this time of year, sight fishing does not mean bed fishing. Does not mean these fish are spawning. They'll get up cruising these flats. Get up there feeding, wolf packing around a little bit.
I don't need that. I'd probably catch another one here. Dang it.
Well, KJ, he didn't want to get hung right there. He said he didn't need that. Something we didn't know we needed in our life was KJ Queen at Logan Martin in the heat, out of nowhere, this moment.
That's nasty as crap.
Broke the internet, fat cat.
Oh, you gonna try?
It's crazy though. My whole hand was cramped right there, all the way down to here. I can already starting to feel it ease up. It tastes awful, but it does work. Follow that up with Pedialyte.
Attaboy.
Nastiest combo in history.
Have mercy, son.
The mustard shot followed by the Pedialyte chaser.
Dude.
We golden now.
That's good stuff, dude.
Whatever works, it's working in the Work Sharp Angler of the Year race.
The comments on when we posted that, have mercy.
I'm tagged in the post, so I get notifications still, and it's amazing daily. Almost a month later from that event, still people are like, or you could just drink water.
Yeah.
Or people are like,
oh, you didn't know that?
You
Who didn't know
that?
Like, yeah. And the whole pickle juice.
Yeah.
You need pickle juice and mustard.
I knew the pickle juice thing. I'd heard juice,
that.
but man, shooting straight mustard.
But then there were a lot of people that backed that logic up.
Yeah.
A lot of folks was like, yeah, well, you didn't play baseball as a kid. You didn't play sports as a kid.
A lot
We
of
all
football
did it.
comment. Yeah, man, our football coach used to keep mustard with him all the time.
We used to snort Ajax. That's what we would do. You just rip rails of Ajax. Just was wild. Caught me off guard. Son, just chugging mustard. But like I say, it did the daggone trick. And it paid off, man. Doing things. I think more anglers need to do that. The son of a gun's leading a Work Sharp AOY. Everybody ought to have a bottle of mustard in the boat.
I think it's weird you've got one in here in the studio with you, but that stack of hot dogs over there, I
Yes,
guess
sir,
I get it.
dude. I gotta stay well nourished.
I want you cramping
Don't
up.
want me cramping up. But it was wild, man. I talked to so many, like, yeah, man, like, I used to cramp up bad, whether working out or jogging. I kept mustard beside the bed. I'd wake up middle of the night and, geez Louise, son, but.
Or those people you talk to about that serial killers?
It's wild, man.
Yeah, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and just give me a little mustard. Those people have bodies under their porch.
Crazy. But shout out to KJ, man. KJ has been a great, it's a treat to have here at the league, man.
Yeah, man, he's
Every
a good
time we get
time.
him on live, we're just get around him, man. KJ's the man.
Last year at Norman, he had
Oh
the
my
mullet,
gosh,
singing
dude.
Travis Tritt.
Awesome. And he's not putting on either, right? It's not a show. It's who he is, and I love it, man. It's organic. He's just a good time. He seems like really good energy and a great angler. And I'm happy for him to see him doing well. And I like the circle of guys he runs with here at the league.
KJ kind of has mixed results here on the St. Lawrence River in his tournament history. 28th here in our event last year. And the sight fishing beat down where the anglers could go to Lake Ontario. All the river was in play. He's been doing work today. We're going to take a look. Some of KJ's catches. Day number 2 of this Miller Tech's Top 5. Mainly using that spinning rod. One of the only anglers in our top 5 today we've seen. Mike Quinlin mixing one in a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Other than that, you're right.
on, baby, please. Stay on, baby, please.
It's the same area that KJ's still in right now. This was just a few minutes before we went live with him.
Oh, it's barely on there. Oh, it's underneath me. It's not big, man.
Back live with Zack Birge. See how clear that water is, and Zack said on his next stop it would be very shallow. You can see that.
So looking at that catch track right now, according to catch track, KJ saying he has 9 pounds 6 ounces in the box, unofficially in 25th spot. Has a big fish. Biggest fish in the box is 3 pounds. And then he has a 1 pounder, 1.5.
All right, we're almost
in the
down
box with KJ.
Where I wanted to go. I just decided to stop on a shallow flat. Came through here first day of practice and caught 2 or 3 over 4. Kind of hard to go by it and not stop on it. Yesterday I didn't need to. Today I could still use one more 4-pounder, so if I was lucky enough to catch one today, I was going to just catch one and then leave out of here, save the rest. When I reeled one in, first one I caught, there was like 5 with it. It's pretty cool. And then I caught 1 or 2 more, and I left it and hadn't come back yet. I don't know if anybody's fished it or not. Clausen's right outside of us. I saw him come through here and practice one day. So I'm sure he's caught a few off of it.
He's working on about 19
all we need is
pounds
one.
right now, unofficially.
1 4-pounder here would be nice. Go hit my other spot, catch 1 or 2 more.
Zack Birge. Oh my goodness.
I don't think it's a 4-pounder, but he'll call that 3. Look how white he is being up here on the sand. He ain't 4, but he's decent. Got him in the top of the noggin. Actually, he's not even that heavy, to be honest with you. These ones up here on this flat aren't built the same. He's tall, but they ain't built the same.
KJ hooked
Yeah,
up.
KJ getting one. Quad box is
4
lighting
more
up.
ounces. So he gets to go for a ride.
Right before we went to the quad box, Jay Power put a small one in the boat.
Just go for a little boat ride.
Good one for KJ there.
Yes, sir. That one's going to help us. We were just talking about him. He got some dinks in the box, and that's damn sure going to call.
That's him.
Good upgrade.
All right, let's catch
KJ.
one more.
Zack's confidence level is just, I mean, an absolute thing of beauty to watch right now. It's just.
Oh, Lehtonen hooked
Oh,
up.
here we go.
Let's go, boys.
Jacob, it's your turn. Jacob,
I'm
if you can
on,
hear
Big
me.
Daddy.
Set the hook.
They have these sores all over them.
Birge Cullen, KJ Cullen.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fish. Nasty.
Compared to the small limit in the box, he said, yes, maybe 8 or 9 pounds.
I don't think it matters which one I throw back. That one crushed it though.
So now we're seeing a little bit more of that St. Lawrence fishing than I was expecting, more of that offshore type of.
Still little. They moved into the ditch is what they did. The break.
Derek's throwing his crankbait around a lot yesterday and again this morning.
We saw him switch it up a second ago.
Now he switched it up even more, got that spinning rod out. That's something we don't see.
No.
The top chef do very often. Derek Lehtonen. One of our celebrities.
I'm telling you.
Out here on the NPFL. Lives in that Lake Hartwell area these days. He was on the show Top Chef not long ago. And he just stays on NPFL Live. We just save him a spot at this point. Just as real as it gets, man. Been
Cool
awesome.
cat.
Yeah,
dude.
man. Been awesome.
Man, you just don't see them all just swimming around down there. I'm in 30 foot of water and I can see the bottom. Out here.
Back with Zack Birge.
I think that's some of our anglers coming back to weigh in on that train instead of trying to come through the lock too soon. I kind of wonder why some of them didn't get on one of them ships. They're locking through the ships. I mean, you got to come back by water.
No doubt, dude.
I think you got to return in your boat. That's how that rule works. But
crazy, man.
I feel like that'd be a James Watson thing to pull up on the front of a big freight ship to the weigh-in.
I could see him doing that. Worldwide. You see the transition like he was talking about,
to
up on that
get
flat.
on them other two spots I got and go ahead and try to catch this couple. Canterbury's reeling one in over there.
Look how clear that is. Talking about the white sandy bottom.
Scott Canterbury, one of those anglers that had his entire catch.
Yeah, his
thrown
entire
out
catch.
yesterday.
Okay.
Had 20 pounds, but elected to go back fishing today.
Yep. Birge mentioned Luke Clausen earlier. Luke Clausen also one of the anglers that got caught in the lock, but was I forget how minutes late. He was able to weigh in 8 pounds worth.
He didn't even call. He threw that
8 or
fish in
9
the box,
pounds.
so he must not have very many. Or that was his fifth. That probably means it's tough. Because he had a good bag yesterday. He just got locked out. And I saw him catch 5 or 6 on a shoal that he was fishing next to me by. If that's the case, then they're probably not biting as good because he didn't cull. He just threw him in the box. Might be good. That might make 20 sound that much better.
Zack Birge always paying attention to what's going on around him. Trying to figure out what kind of position he may be in after being the day one leader. He's off to a killer start here on day number 2. Just like he got off to a killer start at the Harris Chain, our first event of the season in Florida, and one of the most memorable bites in NPFL history. Caught on camera. Zack was having a terrible
Get you some of that.
final day on Showdown Saturday, and that
some of
fish
that, boy.
turned it around.
Come on. That's a 5 pound. Absolutely ate it. Gagged it. Dude, that's one.
Birge, Surgeon, and wins! Stop number 1 of the NPFL! Zack Birge has kept the roll going. We're going to roll to a few commercials, and we'll be back with more St. Lawrence action in a few moments.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
On the water, nothing stays the same. Conditions shift, pressure builds. The anglers who rise are the ones who adjust. Every cast, every decision. Strike King has lived that truth from the start. From our first spinnerbaits to the baits shaping what's next. New water, new technology, new challenges. So we build what anglers need to stay a cast ahead. Strike King, tie one on.
Welcome back.
Stop 5 of the
St. Lawrence
NPFL
River,
season at the
MillerTech.
St. Lawrence River is brought to you by MillerTech Batteries.
MillerTech stop number 5. And Jacob Powroznik out there in that St. Lawrence River. Less bites today for Jay Proz so far. At 22 pounds, 12 ounces on day number 1. Was in a later flight, able to get back through the lock, make it back without a penalty.
I mean, just a lot of fish. Just right now, I haven't caught the size. Well, and I take that back. I didn't catch a big one until afternoon yesterday. So we're kind of on the pace, but I would have thought with as many bites as I've gotten so far that I would have at least caught a 4 or 5 pounder. But it don't take but getting on the right spot here. In a matter of no time, you can have them pretty quick. So still optimistic. So just you got to keep that Yama crawl down there on the bottom and see what happens. A big one will find it here sooner or later.
have anything on the catch track for Powroznik yet.
Definitely got some fish in the box.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks he has in the box.
$15 something.
Okay.
They're all cooking, you know. I'm gonna make one more little cast, and then I'm going over there to the where I had them good ones.
If he has 15 something, let's go definitely unofficially put him up around the top 6 or 7. If not the top
Definitely be in the
5.
mix.
Yeah, definitely in the mix.
But there were so many 20-pound bags yesterday. He's going to need to.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely going to need.
Like he just said.
He's going to have 18 plus to kind of keep that 20-pound a day mark going. And we think, like talking to Mosley, that 22, 23-pound a day average, probably what's going to end up taking home the Shield on Showdown Saturday. So he's going to need to try to keep pace. And we know Birge is surging yet again.
And he was watching what other guys were doing. Canterbury sizing them. Man, he's small ones. He's small one. You know, you could hear him. The gears turning upstairs. Well, Powroznik, like he said, maybe he didn't catch his big one yesterday until around noon, so it's not like his better window he feels is still coming.
The interesting thing about Birge, he got 25 pounds yesterday and then caught 18 pounds just messing around. And I'm talking about a surprise bonus. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our buddy Tim Shreve running around out there on the St. Lawrence, he has caught up with John Cox, the Florida pro, unofficially in second place on day 2.
According to that catch track, he has been on a tear. John's got 18.5 pounds in the box right now. 3 over 4.
Can't hear John right now, but I assume he's saying, just want to give a big shout out to Luke and Fat Cat for all they do.
Thanks for teaching me everything.
They work harder than anybody I know. Yeah, see right here. Luke taught me how to
use a spinning rod.
Yeah. Big shout out to him. Yeah, back in our FLW Tour days, I'd never used.
We got probably another 3 or 4 hours left.
There's John.
So hopefully we can get rid of those 3s with some 4s, or maybe 5s even. Get right where we need to be.
Yeah, why not 6s?
But it's been wild. It's been changing every day. We've kind of just been changing with it, and been actually catching them pretty deep, getting them about 8 to 12 feet. So. Pretty exciting.
That's deep water to him. It's 8 to 12 feet. You know what I mean? Catching them pretty deep, man. 8 to 12 feet.
I can almost not see the bottom.
I love it, dude. John Cox comes into this event setting 16th in that Work Sharp AOI race. Well within that top 40 to qualify for that 2027 championship on Lake Mitchell. Essentially, you can see what he's fishing right here. You see that? Yeah, dude, how clear that water is, 12 foot deep. He's working that. What are we looking at? Is that a bar? What am I looking at? Look at that old road bid, but I know it's not.
Could be.
You think so?
It's real defined, you know?
Yeah. And me, I don't know if it's bare bottom and grass on both sides or is it just a transition area.
Keep moving.
Gone with a little over 18 and a half pounds unofficially.
God, I feel like if I skip a section of it, I'm going to miss them. But I mean, they're usually always in the same place. Or at least they bite in the same place. Let's see.
Also, if you're John Cox and the camera boat pulls up to you and you're like, hey, man, can we get in your boat? He's been around long enough to where he's like, okay, knowing why.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
When you're not allowed to know what everybody else has got.
Right.
And then the cameraman pulls up and hangs with you for a little longer than normal. And it's like, hey, you care if I get in the boat?
Now, at that point, does that mess with your mindset? Are you thinking, oh, I'm doing better than what I thought I was doing? Of course, it depends on who you are, but, you know, that's a variable you're not expecting on the water fishing an event when you go out without a camera. Then all of a sudden one pulls up. Hey, man.
I think back to that Bassmaster Classic in Oklahoma years ago that Edwin Evers caught a giant bag on the last day, and there were spectators watching Jason Christie, a flotilla, and they had slowly started leaving. And I've heard Jason Christie talk about, I knew something wasn't going good. Or something was going down, and then somebody on the bank goes, Edwin's got a bag, and Jason hears that, and you know, he said, man, it messed with me. It changed my entire mindset. But yeah, there's definitely any tournament that's got coverage when stuff starts going on, camera boats start pulling up, hanging around a little longer, and you're having a good day, you feel that, but it can go the exact opposite, because we've had days where like, hey man, can we get your camera and switch it over to another guy? That can be debilitating on the other side of it, right? Hey, we're going to take your camera and send it to somebody else.
I think it was our first year we were in Florida.
Yeah, I'm just obviously I'm spot locked in the current, but I'm at the face side of an island where the water coming straight down the river. Just golly, did you see that when I paused? I just paused it, train wrecked it. Basically, just where the current comes off the river. Just hits this dead on the face, and like that, I shouldn't have missed him, but they're sitting right where that current hits and then splits. And if you throw a bait up there and keep it as close as you can to the bottom without it getting hung up, so I'm throwing this little bait, I can kind of float it above if I feel it hit the grass. And those smallmouth they're sitting up there shallow, but they're in little holes tucked in behind grass or rock, and something comes by and they just dart out of there and grab it. And that's what I'm hoping they do to this bait. I caught 3 big ones right here in practice, back to back to back. And I'm pretty excited about it. I hadn't come back to it yet. I really need one of them today, so I was hoping I could catch one of them. I feel like I need one more good one. Golly, bumped it again. Dang. hard to believe that a smallmouth can come up, hit a bait as small as this and not get it.
I'm assuming this is the island
That
that you were
first one
speaking
train
of
wrecked it.
earlier.
Make a few more casts
That he's
right here,
already
then I'm going
plucked
to
a few
move us
good ones
over
off.
a little bit and re-spot lock. That way I can hit the face over there just a little bit. It sure is nice that they invented spot lock, especially when you can't. Actually, I think we're on the US side, but I don't think my poles would hold in this kind of current. Spot lock will hold, that move will hold me right here all day.
You talk about innovation in the fishing world, that spot lock, huh? Buddy, you talk about a game changer. I still don't think it gets the credit it deserves.
Well, and all the argument of, you know, the electronics craziness we've seen in the last few years, people get bent out of frame.
Get this cast in, I'll slide us over a
Spot
little
lock,
bit.
you take that away from some of these guys.
Oh.
Or
Well, look at him
tournament
right now.
anglers
He's
just
on the back of his boat by the
Exactly.
spot. Yeah.
You'd be blowing by this, or burning your batteries down. I mean, it's just, it changed everything. I can remember, this is kind of a grandpa story now, but I'm old as dirt these days, Fat Cat Newton. But I can remember competing a year on tour and not having it when it came out, and other anglers having it, and you were watching what was going. And I thought, I'm like, I don't need that. I'm fine. And then you would be, especially like an offshore event on the Tennessee River, a ledge deal, and you'd run by and there'd be 2 or 3 of them just sitting perfectly in the current, and they're not moving, the wind's blowing like crazy, or whatever the case was.
I
couldn't
told
get one
Jordan
fast
about
enough.
this. He may have
One
hit
of
it
those
today.
Minn Kotas.
I don't know why I didn't catch one. Slide us over a little bit.
But I mean, yeah, spot locks, power pole. I mean, when power poles hit the scene,
Well,
it
even the
changed
power,
everything.
it did, but even that power pole, you know, you're locked into where
a depth range.
Yeah, of course.
But it still made
It was
shallow
huge.
water.
I mean, it started as one, then you had
Yeah.
no, you ain't no. We got to get 2 of them.
Yeah. And one just makes you like a wounded duck out there swimming
Doing
in a circle.
circles,
All right, we
yeah.
should catch something right up here.
I want to hear John Cox
we're about up to the
break
good
down what
part.
he's fishing. What are we fishing, John? Break it
Maybe, I
down
don't
for
know.
us.
Yeah,
What
I
are you
haven't had a
doing?
bite in a while.
He may
a
not
lot
know.
tougher.
You know John?
What is this area? That's a great look at it.
Well, I've got you an answer.
Let's go.
Coming in on the hotline right here. Shout out to Alton Jones Jr.
Hey.
AJ. He said that is a roadbed that John
Okay.
Cox is fishing. There's a man-made structure in the area around Messina.
Smarter
He says,
than I
"I'm
think
watching live,"
sometimes.
So we appreciate.
Appreciate you, Alton Jr.
Coming in hot. That was like a phone a friend right there.
I
on-
appreciate
on
that.
Who Wants to
man.
Be a Millionaire? Shout out.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You know, the Bass Pro Tour, they've been off for a little while. The Elite Series been off for a little while.
And also, too, like Alton and other anglers, why this is a place they'll be coming back to. You know, this is
No doubt about it.
definitely in the mix. This is free game.
Well, I just think it also speaks to how obsessed those guys are with fishing. It's something we talk about a lot. To compete at the top level, you got to be obsessed. And you would think, why in the world would they want to watch bass fishing? It's all they do is bass fish. But
It's like, oh, I
they
know
try to
who you
absorb
are.
every nugget they can.
He threw at me yesterday.
And the thing is, you never know. Like, yes, we're in a unique situation with the lock and things this week here, but you never know when you may be here for another trail.
That's what I'm
another
saying,
event,
exactly.
And run into these same conditions. And
Exactly.
I know there's a Toyota Series event here next week. Word on the street is they are going to only have that 29 miles.
Which
to
is
look
still
at.
huge.
It's
Even
a lot
that,
of
it's
water.
still- it's bigger than what we
Lay
just
Lake.
fished,
I was gonna say,
exactly.
Logan Martin and Lay Lake don't have that much water. Is it ideal when you have so much water you can fish on the St. Lawrence and you're an angler? No, because you want to be able to run around wherever you can get to. I get that. But Certainly made the playing field interesting this week.
There's still plenty of meat around Messina, though.
No doubt about that. Well, with all the major tournaments that have gone out of there, and whether that's a BFL, an NPFL, a Toyota Series event, Pro Circuit events, there's so many that the town of Messina has hosted in the last few years. There are a lot of bass that get turned loose right there.
It is. Dude, and shout out to the Messina Intake Boat Launch. Like, that whole facility is nice.
So great.
It's laid out great. The bathrooms are very clean. Everything there is nice. Well maintained, well kept. Easy to get to, get around.
You just kept coming out of the bathroom yesterday. I didn't know.
I was in there looking for mints.
I was getting concerned on stage. What's going on with my buddy?
Salad.
Thought you were getting locked out in there.
All right, we need to see a replay of what we saw about 25 minutes ago of just...
We need some quad catches?
Yes. I'm here for it.
Boy, he's come at it a couple times. He just... Oh, it's just so hard to throw with that wind.
He's got his eyes laid on one, sounds like. That's dangerous.
Ooh, Quinlin just lose one? Mike may have just lost one.
Huh? What just happened? I come by that grass and he come out and he hit it. Just didn't hook up.
Back in the grass, largemouth
Throwing that
fishing.
swim jig again, probably. Bladed jig.
If you take a look at this quad box, it does look like KJ is in Canada in October.
Snow flurries.
The big ones don't miss this thing too much. All right.
Not surprised that Mike is still around that grass. Especially after bringing that 6-pound largemouth to the scales yesterday.
Really cool game plan coming in, bouncing back and forth.
Yeah.
Smallmouth, largemouth. I would have a hard time not staying with largemouth after catching a 6-pounder, though.
Full box with the National Fishing Expo Miller Tech Pro. Shout out to Miller Tech. I am a fan of Miller Tech. I've been running Miller Tech since '87, son. I got first gens in my little rivet rat tracker at the house. Love me a Miller Tech battery. Never had an issue. I thought I did one time. The problem was I let them go dead. Like dead. And when I plugged the charger back up to it, it was nothing, nobody home. I didn't do it the right way. Once I learned what I was doing, back in action, son.
You saying they're so good, even you can't kill them?
Pretty much, dude. And I love the people over there. I love the folks at Miller Tech. I just think they're a great company, great group of guys and gals.
Definitely support the fishing industry.
Yes,
too.
They do, man. Yes, they do.
The anglers, the trails.
And I know I'll bring it up again, man. That National Fishing Expo, Columbus, Ohio, January 29th through 31st, sponsored by Miller Tech. The Miller Tech guys will be there. You should go there too. Whether you want to ask questions, take home some batteries, or whatever the case may be. It's one of the best expos in the country.
Fat Cat Newton will be there. That's the only reason he's promoting it.
Yeah, dude.
He does tank seminars.
It is I do not do a tank seminar. They would not let me up there.
He's lying. Does
He
a
said,
drop
"You can't
shot
throw
seminar.
dynamite." Belly splash.
Yeah. Swan dives. Teaches you all the things. Go up to Fat Cat there next year and ask him what he learned from Rick Clunn about balsa.
A lot. The guy owes me money. He sent me down a rabbit hole. He talks about the story of him back in the day. He drew a co-angler, and the co-angler happened to be Fred Young, the king of the balsa square bill. Fred Young at that time was around 60. But anyways, Rick Clunn does a phenomenal job on his YouTube channel, taking you down history lane of the bass fishing world. And balsa, huge part of the bass fishing world. And he definitely educated me, and has caused me to spend way too much money on balsa.
Speaking of Miller Tech, two of those Miller Tech pros right
Yeah,
here. Jay
boy.
Praz and Mike Quinlin in the dual box.
And then Miller Techs ain't stopped for J-Pal all day. They've been doing work.
Definitely working against the current, doing the drifting thing, keeping his boat in position.
We need a big one.
That's what she said.
It's going.
Interesting fact, I brought up Fred Young, and then Ken Duke hits us with the facts. You guys didn't know, the Big O is the bait that Fred Young was famous for. He named it after his brother. His brother was way more of a fisherman than Fred was. And Otis took that bait and started winning. Brother Fred Young named it the Big O after his brother, who was actually 6'7". Some might say he was wall to wall and treetop tall.
Shout out Otis.
And it's O-D-I-S.
That was my granddad. That was my granddad's
Really?
name, Otis Duncan, and it was spelled the exact same way.
Is that right?
Sure
That's
it was,
interesting.
sure
How about
was.
that?
I don't think they called him Big O, though. He was not a big fella.
Now, if you want to go down a rabbit hole in the fishing world, that rabbit hole, you go down that Fred Young rabbit hole, holy moly. Not very much info out there on it, but a world of balsa. We're going to go from balsa baits in history lane to a commercial break. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explorer fish finders, only from Humminbird.
Since 1971, Bass Cat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Bass Cat Boats. Feel the rush.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
In tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Welcome back to St. Lawrence River. MillerTech stop number 5 of the 6th event NPFL season. We are almost home.
Pull the Mike Iaconelli right there.
Cuss a dog.
You got him, Daryl? No, it sucks. I might have 12. I've lost 2, 3.5, so.
Let's take a look back at one he caught just a second ago.
Stay on there. Yeah, I think I gotta just keep the dang crankbait in my hand, buddy. This is a giant. Come on. I need you so bad. Not an absolute giant, but it's definitely getting rid of some stuff if I can get her in. I think my sign is right here. There's another one.
That's a big one.
This is not even that big. When it jumped, it looked, oh, look at the one with it. Holy mother, you see that one with it? There's a 5-pounder, another 4 or 5 pounder with it. I'm coming back there. It ain't even that big. I thought that thing was a freaking giant. When that thing jumped out there, I thought it was a monster. There's one with it though. That might be my sign though, to keep that dang crankbait in my hand for a little while. I'm just saying, it may be. I didn't know what it got in here.
Back over to Jacob Powroznik now. Powroznik came into day 2 of the MillerTech Stop 5 here on the St. Lawrence River in 2nd place. And we had Brock Mosley in the studio with us earlier. Sit down and talk with Luke for a while. Talked about the lock situation yesterday and all that stuff, but actually talked about his bud here, Jacob Powroznik. No surprise to see him doing well and fishing this style. Talked about the experience.
A little bit further.
The success he's had.
A lot of checks cut on the St. Lawrence River in his history.
Come on.
You said earlier, man, been
Come on.
putting them Miller Techs to work.
Because it's hard because the wind's blowing this way and current changes in certain places.
Okay,
I can't tell when I throw if the current's taking it to the left or the right. So I don't know if I'm putting it in front of them or I don't know. Definitely though, it definitely would cull.
I think.
Good one for Jacob right here.
I think. Fatty, man. Fatty.
Right on schedule. We were with him a little while ago, and he said the bites ought to start coming any time now, and sure enough. He actually said right around 12 o'clock, and here it is, right shortly after.
You think you're still moving? Put him out here in the sun. He's froze, blowed up.
We go from Powroznik to Birge.
I want to drift across this with this, and then I want to slide up there a little closer and hit that face of that island too at that chatterbait. I think I can do the same thing I did on that other island. I haven't. Huh? That was a 310. We got rid of a 3.4, so you know, gain a little bit of weight. Not the biggest one by any means, but every ounce helps. I'm really, really surprised I haven't got more bites on these last two places. I mean, both of them had numbers on them, not just a fish here, a fish there type of place. This was, I pulled up here the other day, made 6 casts, caught 6 fish. I was like, all right, that's cool. I know there's more here. Make it really, really, I know I've said it a few times now, but really makes me think it's fishing tougher today. Like a good bit tougher. I don't really know why that is. You go too long without bites compared to normal in places like this that you should be catching half dozen fish on when you pull up to it, and you're not. Makes you wonder. But we'll do all we can do today, and we'll see how it shakes out here in a little bit. I'll run back to the locket here in about 35, 40 minutes and be there a little early. That way we can get a decent slot at getting in ahead of the group. I'm gonna come out of there like a rocket, air this thing out to my next spot. I'm gonna fish that for 20, 30 minutes. I caught a dozen off it yesterday. Caught a 4-pounder that didn't help and several heavy 3s. Try it real quick and then we're gonna go crank by takeoff and see if we can score a bonus fish over there till it's time to go in.
Looking at that catch trek right now, there is a lot going on. We've talked about log jams, people being bunched up, but you got Zack Birge unofficially in the lead with 18-pound 1 ounce for his day 2, 43.6 total. But as you start looking down 2, 3, 4, I mean, you got 39.14, 39.7, 39, 38.10. You've got, so in second place, John Cox. Third place, Wesley Gore. Fourth place, I would tell you if I, there we go. Derek Lehtonen's made a move, 18 pounds, 11 ounces. And Rick Clun round out your top 5 unofficially. He has 18-13 for today.
On his 80th birthday.
On his 80th birthday. Let's go.
Are you going to sing Rick Clun happy birthday on the, I think you should.
In a heartbeat, dude. I don't know if he would appreciate that. It probably wouldn't be the best
probably
birthday
not,
present.
But I say we try it.
We could try it, see how it goes. Great stuff, man. From Clun to Cox. But yeah, man. That Way Live tracker, catch track.
Live again? Boy, we got one here.
Son.
I've been working this guy the last couple days. He's just kind of cruising around, you know, looking for food, and he stays in this, like, I don't know, maybe 20-yard area, 30-yard area. It's like, it's probably a good 5-pounder. But I threw at him all them times, and then I thought he nipped it, and then I threw my crawl by him, and he didn't look interested. When I was reeling it in, he came flying after it. Just gotta keep trying them.
Not a bedding fish, but John's thrown at the same fish for 2 days. Of course, John found one he can see that is sticking around but just won't bite. That's the shocking part, is he hadn't caught it yet.
In very deep water, he was saying it's anywhere between 8 to 12 foot deep. John, not one of the anglers that locked through.
It's just current.
Looking further down that catch track, you got Josh Hooks with the bag, 19.5 pounds. Got a good box. James Niggermeyer in 7th, 17-4. That Work Sharp AOY. Have mercy. Is it going to look different?
Especially when 2 of your top 4 in the points decided not to fish today.
Buddy, it's crazy.
Randy Cobb and Brock Mosley called up in the lock craziness yesterday.
That's your rundown. The right as we came into this event, that's what it looked like. And it will look a little different after Showdown Saturday.
Alabama pro Wesley Gore Going to leave this one in the mix.
For sure.
Come on.
Unofficially says he's got 18 pounds on catch track, but
so
we hear
close to
rumors that
having
there
that
might
one.
be a bigger bag than that. Swimming around in the Alabama Pros live well. John Cox back to Derek Lehtonen.
Nice one.
Just a few moments ago. Derek.
Now that's a little better one. Get up here, baby. Boy, did she crush it too. She might come
Rascal's
off.
digging, son.
She not hooked that good. Not real big, but it's 3.5. All right, I'm starting to save myself. Guess what? The sign. I think the sign is telling me to throw it. I believe the sign is finally here to throw it.
Derek Lehtonen. Back over to KJ Queen. Still bundled up.
You're going to have to give him a hug at the weigh-in or something.
Telling you, man.
He's been frozen all day long.
Before we went to that replay of Derek.
Well, we're out here just trying to find us a big one. You think the sunshine would pull some fish up shallow, but I don't know if it's going to or not. Just throwing this little orange chatterbait around. Every fish I catch is spitting up like ungodly amounts of crawdads, and they're all bright orange right now. As orange as you can get. I probably need like a straight orange one on. I'll probably smash them even better. But it ain't really been a smash fest though, to say the least. It's been pretty tough. You can keep grinding though. We got a little bit of time. All we need is 3 more decent ones and we'll be all right. We'll have a good day. Asking for a lot, but it can happen really fast out here, that's for sure. Just gonna keep at it and keep grinding. Hope we get lucky. Might have to stop here in a second and drink some mustard. I can call one in.
We're here for it, buddy. So is the internet.
Come on, Mr. Smallmouth. Let's make you famous. One of them old big ones. Old Moby. Big Mowgli looking sucker.
After day one, KJ currently leading that work sharp AOY by 7 points over second place Zack Birge. You know, we were looking at those work sharp points early, and we saw Greg Hackney up there.
Greg Hackney. It's got the water depth on it. The fish seem to be in that little bit deeper water. You still think they'd come up and cruise, but I don't know if they are or not.
6th, weighed in 19 yesterday. Hasn't put a fish in catch track today, which doesn't mean anything.
Are you going to bully
Feel
Greg
it.
Hackney into using catch track today at the weigh-in like you normally do, anglers?
Buddy,
I'll be one right here. This looks good.
I'm crazy, but I ain't stupid.
It's one of those you're going to be dumb, you better be tough situations.
You be dumb, you better know how to run situations. Also looking at Kyle Glasgow. He was one of the guys that got caught up yesterday, entire weight DQ'd, but he's one of the anglers today that has 20 pounds in the box.
Eat it.
And
Eat it. He's all on it. Just get it, dude.
Get it.
Thank you.
That island looks familiar.
Indeed it does. Do you know there are 1,000 of them up here?
I know that, dude. Like, literally, like Thousand Island Park.
Oh, yes, I think that's an island there. There's so many. It does look familiar, though.
I mean,
that
even,
one looks a little
yeah,
familiar.
across the way looks familiar.
Come on, I stayed off of you, buddy. You should buy it.
What's for you? What's the biggest difference between targeting smallmouth and largemouth? Say if you were rigging your boat, what are you going to do that differentiates largemouth, smallmouth? Approaching them tackle wise, like what's the biggest difference you see?
Well, I think here, they just, for the most part, now there are some exceptions to the rule because we heard some guys say this on stage yesterday, but they live in different areas, completely different areas. So I think you're going to catch more on that vibrating jig up shallow, which we're seeing smallmouth get caught on as well. But I think you're going to focus on those areas of vegetation. You're going to punch, swim jig, and frog primarily. A lot more braid potentially on the front deck on the big rods for largemouth.
Smallmouth don't necessarily, they don't mingle with the largemouth like say a spot does in some of the fisheries.
Yeah, I think here it's more, do the largemouth mingle with them? You know what I mean? Like, do they get out there?
Birge hooked up.
Stay on, baby.
Trouble.
Please.
Definitely the first one we've seen him try to beg it into the boat so far today. He had a 5.14 yesterday for his big fish.
Oh, God. There we go. Sweet.
Oh, those St. Lawrence specials right there.
Wow, that's the only reason I caught her. That's what I'm
With that Birge bear grip.
Good one. That'll call. Sweet. Yeah, biggest one of the day.
Birge surge engaged.
That gets us up there where we need to be.
Almost a 5-pounder.
Big side with your homies.
Going to have him around that 20-plus pound mark, low 20s.
And it seems like his plan is paying off, right? When he talks about what he's going to do, where he's going to go, it
Just
seems
executes.
Like, correct.
The fish play along; they follow the script, man. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to stop here, here, and here," and then here, here, and here.
The
Turns
plan's
into
working.
upgrades. Yeah, man, incredible. And he's culling fish like that.
Yes.
I mean, that's a good fish.
Dude, after winning an event by 2 ounces, like literally what? Yeah.
310.
All right.
We're culling almost 4-pounders.
Yeah. The reason I said that, because for a second, I should have known better. For a second, I thought he was just eyeballing him and going to throw, but I should have known better.
I got 2 in here that are like supposed to be 313s. Yep. So this one needs to go next.
His next cull would be culling a 313. Almost 4-pounder. Let's take a look back at that catch that we joined him about halfway through the fight with that beautiful St. Lawrence smallmouth.
Oh, God. That's a bass. That's a big one. That's the one we need. Stay on, baby. Please.
One of those statistics that we get reminded of all the time by Ken Duke. 30% of day one leaders go on to win. And this man right here is well on his way.
There we go. Sweet. Yes, sir. Blind, that's the only reason I caught her. That's what I'm talking about right there. Good one. That'll call.
Birge with the bronze beauty right there.
Son.
That could help him hoist that
real,
red, white, and blue shield yet again.
After we put some final touches and tweaks. It's going to be a Hags Hurricane. We might even call it the Butcher Edition.
Birge the Butcher?
I like
it seems
that.
like all year. Well, really like past year and a half.
He just slaughters the competition.
Bladed jig been getting along real well. So why not take what's on the market and make it a little better and give it to the people at the best price possible? That's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna fix the problem with it getting hung on every piece of wood that they touch. Because I like throwing it around wood, and it's almost impossible to throw most of them that are out there. Because they like to roll and stick it. Some of them got weed guards, but I don't like the weed guards on them. I want something better. I got a fix for that too. It's gonna be a Hags Hurricane Special. All right, we got about 5 more minutes and we're gonna go to lock. I would have liked to have made a few more casts down through there, but I knew I didn't want to spot lock and have to fight that fish even more than I did. Actually, good.
Might be the last time we see Zack on
year,
NPFL Live today.
You could see him swimming around. Sitting behind like these boulders right here, you'd have a 4-pounder laying there. Over there would be a 4-pounder laying there. It was crazy. They were smart though. It was really hard to get them to bite. I snuck in a few on a fly. But every now and then you run into a blind one.
Birge catching them no matter what. If they're blind, if they can see good. They got perfect 20/20 fat cat. He's catching them all over the country. That Birge surge, and he's won a lot of contingency money because of that this year. And one of those contingency bonuses that's out there on the line for these NPFL anglers, provided by the folks at Yamaha. And it sure pays to run one of those amazing Yamaha show engines. And our last event, Wesley Gore took home $1,000 for being the highest finishing Yamaha outboard owner.
Might be going back to back. The way it's looking on Cat's Track.
Maybe going back to back indeed. But the highest finishing Yamaha owner wins $1,000 here in the league, thanks to the official motor partner of the NPFL, Yamaha Outboards.
Hi, this is Bill and Sue Fiacco at the Gristmill Brewery Restaurant. We are located on 38 Water Street in Messina, New York. We opened the business in August of 2022, so about 4 years ago. We offer dinner and lunch service as well as event and catering services. Yes, we are a brewery. We brew our own beer.
Got 12 beers on tap.
With a dedicated brewmaster, Kyle.
And the building's a historic building, built in 1808. It still has the old brick and beam structures in there that we love to show off.
That's a little bit about what we do here. We'd love for you to come and visit us at the Gristmill Brewery Restaurant. Thank you.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
On the water, nothing stays the same. Conditions shift. Pressure builds. The anglers who rise are the ones who adjust. Every cast, every decision. Strike King has lived that truth from the start. From our first spinnerbaits to the baits shaping what's next. New water, new technology, new challenges. So we build what anglers need to stay a cast ahead. Strike King, tie one on.
Beautiful town of Messina, New York, playing host to us at this MillerTech Stop 5 here in the National Professional Fishing League's 2026 season. One more event to go after we leave the town of Messina. And that man right there hoping he walks out of Messina with an NPFL shield. Jack Birge.
Is getting close to a decision time. Having to make that move to the lock for Jacob.
Just what most of our anglers are doing currently.
Yes.
Kind of thought it would be this way as we inched closer to that 1 p.m. stop time on NPFL Live.
Jacob unofficially in 10th place with 13-11.
Also told us he had 15 pounds
Yes,
earlier.
exactly. So there we go.
His tracker's wrong. Fat Cat for our second tournament in a row after the sea urchin craze hit bass fishing and everything was won. NPFLs and all the other trails were just dominated by that sea urchin koiki style bait. We had Logan Martin, which Corey Casey was catching them going to the final day, but it was not one on a sea urchin. We haven't seen one yet today on NPFL Live.
You know, something you and I have talked about, and I think it's in general.
You know, today, I mean, it's been a lot of fishing. We still got a few, we still about like an hour or something to fish. So hopefully them big ones will turn on like they did yesterday. Like I said, I caught them in the last hour. But huge shout out to MillerTech. They're the big sponsor. They're a sponsor of mine. They make the best batteries absolutely in the world. And not just saying that because they sponsor me or whatever. I've never had a minute's trouble. They're always charged. Like yesterday, I plugged them in and looked on my app, and it said they were to be charged in like 46 minutes. And that's after being out here in this current fishing all day long. So if you're looking for a great lithium battery, check out MillerTech, I promise. They are the best.
I agree.
Company man right there.
Absolutely. The app feature is awesome. Unfortunately, I don't have that on mine. Mine are prehistoric, but they work awesomely.
I wouldn't use a flip phone, so I don't know.
True. And plus, I don't know if it would affect my cricket minutes or not,
Yeah.
so I'm better off I don't have the app.
Jay Praz back to Derek Lehtonen. Oh, trying to yank a few more of those St. Lawrence smallmouth in the boat here.
Still don't think they're gonna shut that lock until 1 something. They're probably gonna keep it open for a while, I'm assuming. But maybe not. Terrible. I've got a 12, 13 pound, nothing great. Missed several good ones. I'm heading up through the lock here in a few minutes to get up to Waterton and see if those fish will bite better. But overall, tough day. I still got time. They seem to be starting to bite, so I want to get up towards Waterton and be safe and hit some of those places and go from there. But wasn't a too eventful of a day. It was a day. But we still got more time. We're going to try to do what we can. And hopefully they produce. Or I produce, I should say. But other than that, it was good seeing everybody, or being on live again, once again. Been a good year. Say hi to my wife and kids again, and everybody back home that's watching. If they are watching, it's probably been boring. But either way. I'm ready to go catch some though. And the barge is out of the lock, so that's a good thing. So hopefully we ain't getting screwed over today. I don't think we will be. But you never know.
One thing I do know, that Work Sharp Angler of the Year is going to look a whole lot different after this event. I do know that.
And it's going to be tight at the top.
Yeah, man.
This shakes like it looks like
We're about ready to get out of here in a few minutes.
Hopefully Derek can put it together and stay in that top 5. Which I think you will, because we're going to see a couple of guys. We talked about earlier. We're going to see Cobb fall
Hopefully
out.
Ken Duke's over there
fall
at the weigh-in stage today. I missed him yesterday. Missed his smiling face.
Big Al. Big Al was not there to bring the boom. Oh, Luke Duncan was there, and I guess he was disappointed he had to talk to you, apparently.
I think he said Ken Duke.
Oh, Ken Duke. My fault.
Ken Duke's smiling face. He actually said he didn't miss Al at all.
Been a little
We
bit
all miss Ken Duke.
sober moment
Big
this
Al.
week, or today anyway. Somber, I should say. The banana in the boat, I think, screwed me over. I'm gonna have to get another one tomorrow. I need to get Chiquita bananas to wrap my boat.
Attaboy.
Make for some good live. Nobody would get around me.
Just fish wherever you want all the time with a banana wrap.
No doubt about that.
Come on, fish. I know you're down there. I've seen you swimming. There's one. No, get it. Get it. Stupid goby. Ain't no bass. There's a goby.
Derek needs his own show. By the
Oh,
way.
1,000,000%, bro.
Oh, that was.
See all these pro fishermen running around with camera guys these days and documenting their every move and putting the content up.
Oh, there's a few of them on. He's one of them. KJ Queen's one of them.
That's right.
No doubt.
Back over to Mike Quinlin. Looks like he's moved back to that smallmouth area now. Tougher day for Mike so far.
Slow. Had a very slow day. Actually, should have had a limit, not a big limit, but we've had several jump off. Had a 3-pounder jump off right here earlier. It's been a slow day for me. Largemouth have not played at all, and trying to catch smallmouth now.
Yeah, we saw him lose a good one here earlier. Right at the boat.
Caught several fish late yesterday though. The 6, a 478. So we're not done yet.
Yeah, and Mike, one of the anglers not locking through. And we will look at Derek Lehtonen, we'll look at Zack Birge, Jacob Powroznik. All have to lock through. Really have to be concerned about time management. It's going to be a situation now where it's hurry up and wait for the anglers that locked through this morning. But anglers like Mike Quinlin, John Cox, that are here on live with us.
Speaking of that lock, Zack Birge has made it to the lock. We'll get a look now. Doors closed. And this was the scene yesterday as well. A lot of anglers waiting to get in. That guaranteed time starts in 14 minutes. So 1 o'clock, those doors are supposed to open. See Pete Pons, Wesley Gore, James Watson. First Form energy drink right there.
And rally pouch, so it's all good. We got to get through this. There's some kind of weird looking boat coming through. He's gonna come through, and I think he'll open it up and let us get in. I hope. We'll go down there and try to catch us one bigger than a 312.
Seeing those two that close together,
I hope so.
To me, in my mind right now, it's kind of foreshadowing for tomorrow. Wesley Gore and Zack Birge.
If I'm back here early tomorrow, it's because I crushed them. I'll probably push it to the last minute tomorrow.
Segur's got a bag a little bit over that 18 pounds he's estimating on catch track. From Birge, waiting on the lock back to KJ Queen, who has not made the run yet.
Still bundled up too, boy. KJ Queen, your Work Sharp AOI leader.
KJ Queen back over to John Cox.
She is. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Just a second ago.
Geez. I got her. Oh my gosh, I got her. Oh man, I don't know.
He's been fishing
I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this guy in. Oh, she's not as big as she, but she's still a good one. I saw her floating back there. I was like, oh my gosh. Come on, that can't be another 3-pounder. Can it? It looked huge.
John Cox sight fishing a little bit. Then he said he was fishing some of that deep water. In fact, he had 8 to 12.
8 to 12. Unofficially in second place right now. Here at the Miller Tech Stop 5 NPFL, St. Lawrence River. The town of Messina, New York. Come on, baby.
Boy, he's got shoulders on her, on him. Jeez. Oh, jeez, come here. I don't know. I mean, he's not. Look how fat. Look how wide. He looks like a bluegill.
Great upgrade for John Cox.
Absolutely.
Now back live with John.
Oh, guys, man, that I thought that was a great big one, and it was only a 3.7. Oh my gosh, the thing looked like a bluegill. Well, we moved around. We kind of got on a little area that I've caught a few here before. I saw like 1 or 2 in practice. I'm trying to instead of burning some of those deeper holes where I'm getting the fish, trying to just do some other stuff to maybe catch a big one. And I don't know. It hasn't worked out yet, but we're gonna keep moving. And it's always a blast when we get to come here, and yeah, it's just, oh gosh, there's nothing like it. The whole river is full of fish. And all you gotta do is bring some max scent with you. That's about all you need. Everybody's like, oh man, you got that smallmouth fishing down. I'm like, yeah, I got some max scent. That's about it. Throw it out and they'll eat it. But we'll see. We'll see what after how the day's going. We want to get to that 20-pound mark, because then anything can happen. You know, you could catch a 26, 27-pound bag, and you know, as long as we catch in that 20-pound range, you know, I think we'll, you know, be close and reach in striking distance. So I don't know. We'll see. But we'll keep chunking at these. I'm pretty sure that's one right there. Maybe the wind will lie down. I don't know. This is supposed to be, I think this is a 6-mile-per-hour wind, and it is ripping. It's been like that all week.
Let's go,
Boy,
dude.
Horse flies are pretty bad. I don't know. Maybe it would be terrible if there was no wind.
Back to the lock.
All right, let's keep moving here. Keep moving.
Listening to monitoring John Cox's audio, but that's the weird boat Zack Birge described that was holding up the lock. Now looks like our first group's going to get to go into the lock. Back to John Cox, who, like Fat Cat mentioned, doesn't have to worry about that lock. He's on the right side of it when it comes to having to stress out.
And you heard him talking about 20 pounds, and he's 20 pounds. Right now, he's got a little over 40 pounds for a 2-day total. So
wow,
he
the marks
has
are
that
up
20-pound
here.
average. 19 and a half pounds in the box right now, according to Catch Track. I'm not sure what flight John's in, but he has at least 2 more hours of fishing. First flight checks in at 3.
3:15. So I got a little
there
bit.
we go.
1 o'clock. So we got 2 hours and 15 minutes.
He kept his shoes on and figured it out. Unlike you.
Shoes are overrated.
Dude, and we listening to all the guys talk like this is the time they've been catching them. Because looking at that Catch Track, it had been a little bit slower today than yesterday, but now things are starting to ramp up.
That's the progress you want to see if you've got that piece of concrete between you and the town of Messina. And it certainly can't be overstated that this is the biggest variable in this tournament. With our NPFL anglers having to deal with this, they're going to have to do it again tomorrow and make it back on time. And that, you know, we don't have to build drama for this one. And we said the same thing last year. Yeah, Drew Cook went down there and smashed a giant bag of smallmouth on Showdown Saturday, but then he had a 100-mile ride back. Anything can happen. You sling an ear on a prop, you have a mechanical failure, and he didn't have to worry about a lock. This year we've got guys pushing these huge runs, and they have to navigate this lock in between. So certainly going to be an interesting showdown Saturday here on the St. Lawrence for this Miller Tech stop number 5. But you can tell Zack Birge, he's excited to be idling into that lock
for sure.
For the second day straight and hoping to make it back to the town of Messina with a great
Every
bag
one of those
again.
anglers, man, after yesterday, what a gut-wrenching situation. And then what a hard decision to make to go back and try it again.
And that's what got me, even the guys that were late on stage. And I would say, well, what's the game plan for day 2? And they're like, I've got to go back. I'm still going to roll the dice again tomorrow and hope for better luck. And there were so many of those 18-pound to 20, 21. Even Ray Hanselman had a 23-pound bag, was over 15 minutes late, had his catch disqualified. I mean, this leaderboard would have looked a lot different as far as the names.
Yeah.
We still had 19 bags over 20. But the lock situation is just, it was the story before the event. The anglers were upset.
Yes.
Hey, we don't want to be just constricted to 29 miles. So the NPFL worked with the folks here at the lock. They actually paid money to have our organization be considered a commercial.
And work with Canada. Like
Absolutely.
literally work with Canada.
Yeah, Zack Birge, he worked right through the lock with Canada yesterday, but so many of our anglers got locked out. And yeah, rumor has it Brad Fuller actually been on the phone with the Prime Minister in Canada. I don't know how all those talks are going.
It has,
but the NPFL
serious situation.
The NPFL did everything in their power,
absolutely,
to make that happen. And unfortunately, there were guys that got caught on the wrong side of it.
To say it again, the organization NPFL paid to be considered the commercial fee to lock through. So it wasn't no willy-nilly, go ahead. No. It was a transaction. It was a business deal, just to clarify things for those that are out there. Like
sure.
Yeah, the league did everything on their behalf and their part to make sure that everything would run smoothly, but it was out of our hands.
And have it in writing that there would be a window for the anglers to go through the lock in the morning and in the afternoon, a 2-hour window in the morning and in the afternoon. And unfortunately, some of that commercial traffic stopped that. But let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard here as we wind down our Day 2 NPFL live coverage from stop number 5. And Zack Birge, the Birge surge continues, and we believe he's got well north of that 18 pounds now, but he has got a chokehold on first place, just like he has a couple of times this season. Florida's John Cox in second, right there with 19.7. Wesley Gore, we hear rumor that he's got a lot more than 18.2 in the box, going for his third consecutive top 5. And can he hoist one of those red, white, and blue shields? Would not shock any of us to see that. Jared Littner, Hank Cherry, Rick Clunn on his 80th birthday, hanging in that top 10. Josh Hooks, James Niggemeyer, Nick Brown, and Shane Lineberger rounding out that unofficial top 10. And of course, those weights will become official this afternoon
when Luke Duncan brings the boom at Messina Intake Launch Boat Ramp. You're going to be there. Great job yesterday, by the way.
Buddy.
You made Al proud. You did good. Especially considering, man, hey, man, can you fill in for Al? And then just everything happens where you couldn't have.
I walked out of the truck into a hurricane.
Yeah, you sure did, man.
Because, man, you know,
did well.
Being a tournament angler, I've been locked out many times. It is brutal. You go do your job, you catch fish, you work hard in practice, you figure it out, and then something out of your control happens, and it's brutal. And knowing that emotion, there were lots of guys across the stage. I just my heart goes out to them.
You get to do it again today.
We're going to do it again today.
The bad vibes we had yesterday.
Fingers
so make
crossed.
sure everybody home's tuned in, dude. Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Send us out of here, Luke.
3 p.m. But we'll see you right back here at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for more NPFL Live and a showdown Saturday from the St. Lawrence River.
Take that right there all day long.
Not the size we want, but we'll start us off anyway. Got to start somewhere, right? Fatty.
Yeah, come on, baby. Stay on there. Yeah, I think I gotta just keep the dang crankbait in my hand, buddy. This is a giant. I'm coming back there. It ain't that big. I thought that thing was a freaking giant. That thing jumped out there. I thought it was a monster. There's one with it, though.
Stay on, baby, please. Stay on, baby, please. It's not big, man.
Oh, no. That's a bass. That's a big one. That's the one we need. Stay on, baby. please. There you go. Sweet. Yes, sir. Blind, that's the only reason I caught her. That's what I'm talking about right there. Good one. That'll call. Sweet. Yeah, biggest one of the day. 410. That gets us up there where we need to be.